Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, y'all. I was muted that whole time. Thank y'all for tuning in to season 3, episode 50, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Kruma, and I'm joined with our other host, Lady Che, here shortly, and Shabaka Sankori, our West Coast correspondent. Greetings, Shabaka.
Hey, what's happening there, man? Did you guys finally have all that snow melt, man? I drove through hell, man, getting about that stuff, man.
Uh,
Yeah, Denver was real cool.
it's still it's still around.
Oh man.
Not like,
Okay.
not like it was, but oh, thank you, twin. I didn't realize I was on mute until it's too late. Um, and there's Lady Che.
Okay. So I just
Greetings, Lady Che.
okay.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I apologize.
Yeah, we were both on
Okay.
mute.
All right. Well, I'm gonna. Okay, and I'm here in the studio, so I'm gonna go out here and tap my cigar a couple of times, and I'll be right back. Okay, and then also too on the Wi-Fi that we have here, brother Che,
Mhm.
we're gonna extend it so we got at least the Wi-Fi for another 20 days. Because this is how we're communicating off our laptop right here, and it's secured, and I don't trust the Wi-Fi at this place. Clouds are coming in off the West Coast, but it was a lovely. It's 60 degrees right now. I really wish I could send some of this heat to you guys, but Denver was too cool for me, brother Che.
Oh,
You
they
know what I'm
they
saying?
sending some heat our way. It's supposed to be in the 60s this week.
Oh, okay. So then all that slush and all that bullshit is gonna melt, huh?
Yep.
All right, okay. And did Jeff Fart get my calling card that I left at his location?
If he did, he didn't bring it up.
All right, glad to
He
hear
had
it.
the
That
white
tells
girl
me
on
everything.
today. He had the white
Oh,
girl
okay.
on today that's running for HD8. That's been a
Oh,
historically
okay.
black district for like 50 years.
Wow. Okay, twin, we see you there. Yeah, we're gonna get on fire tonight, brother. And thank you for your support, twin. It's
Yes,
always a
thank you
pleasure.
for promoting the show, twin. You're
Oh,
a hype man.
absolutely.
We
And
appreciate it.
we also are live on the like page of Shabaka's
Oh,
Black
you got the
Experience
share
Enhanced.
done? Okay, great.
Yeah, yeah, because I'm back at my place, man. You know what I'm saying, and whatnot. And so what I'm gonna do, man, I'm gonna step out here and tap my cigar, give me a little bite to eat, man. I should be back in. I got 9:52. I should be back in no later than 10:15 my time. Will that work?
Yes, okay. Well, let me get to the topics and see if you want to
Okay.
post
Yeah,
those.
absolutely.
So
No.
we had
Okay.
U.S. sides with Apple, Tesla,
Okay. Elon Musk.
Dell, and other
Uh huh.
big tech companies
Uh huh.
for child labor in Africa.
Uh huh.
And damn, I just copied it like it was the last time. Okay, Candace Owens shifts focus to celebrity news.
Mm, looking for a job. And then
Mm,
also, too, ladies and gentlemen, I got a report here from Facebook saying that if you don't sign out of some bullshit that they doing protect, that they're gonna disable your account, and they just sent me a 7-day notice. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's bad.
well, they
And
got
me
me on
personally, I think this.
5 more days.
Oh, I know the feeling. Hell, you know me, brother Chap. I've been on restriction for 30 days. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up. But Zuckerberg and what you guys are doing over there in Silicon Valley, man, you sons of bitches belong in jail.
Yeah,
This is nothing more than extortion. And you
unfortunately, the
bastards
U.S.
that got
courts
up
make
there and said,
laws.
yes, sir. And I remember when they first came out with Facebook, when they said that Facebook is free and will always be free.
Yep,
Now, when
that
they
was
said that,
you're at high school.
yeah, yes, sir. And you had an attorney general in California, who is currently your vice president, that didn't do nothing about that shit.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll talk about more about Cop Mala. And then also, too, Brother Che, I don't know if you saw it up on my wall. I took the picture from the San Francisco Chronicle, I believe, where I got it in the shooting of Mario Woods when they were showing his funeral.
No,
And
I haven't seen it.
yeah, okay, so check my wall. You know, they probably censored it over there in Silicon Game Valley. You know what I mean? And so, what it is, ladies and gentlemen, is that they want to have more and more control and monetization of your movements. You see what I'm saying? Of what
Yeah.
you're doing, what you represent. And because I got the reparations now up there, you should see the fucking hate mail and bullshit that I get. Oh, you're a black racist. We're all the same. Hey, man, come out here, bring your ass to this goddamn desert in about 3 months, man, and I will show you why we are not the same. But you got to leave your sunscreen at home. And then when your skin gets to peeling and all that shit there, you know, I'll call a paramedic for you, but you got to pay your own bill. You know what I'm saying? When they scrape your ass up off of there and you getting treated, man, for sunburn and all that. I ain't never had this shit before in my life.
Okay.
And I
Well, let me
believe-
finish the topic, Shabaka. So then we got, after Candace Owens, we got the truth about Kaylee Gaines' case in St. Louis, Missouri. And then why Biden lets racists weaponize the courts.
Mhm.
Then we got Tysons, meaning the food company.
Okay.
The chicken food factory is a controversial move of hiring migrants amid layoffs of U.S. workers.
Okay. Tyson, the chairman of the board and that whole executive staff over there, them sons of bitches need to be hauled off into jail. Okay, it's because you just stole the livelihood of the people who were the so-called citizens right here, and you're giving it to the fucking migrants. Yeah, see, just like in your city. I was approached by migrants. Hey, man, you got some money and all. Man, you better get the fuck away from me with that bullshit.
Yeah.
I ain't got shit for you. You see what I'm saying? Oh,
And
man,
we
with
have
this.
time, and then
yeah.
if we have time, Shabaki,
Yes, sir.
yeah, legal migrant and unhoused
Mhm.
neighbor news, and illegal
Oh.
migrant unhoused neighbor sweeps.
Yes, sir. And also, too, we did produce the show for tomorrow night. I'm putting it in the chat room. Please check out. Doctor's Black Experience.
Oh, Jay's in the building. What's cracking, cuz?
No, oh, okay. Hey, what's going on, Jay? Okay.
Yeah, Tyson on that cool shit, cuz.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna. So Shabaka, what are you gonna do?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Hey, or are you gonna go do what you said you're gonna do and come back?
Yes, sir. Okay, and I'm just making corrections here in the chat room. Okay, so I don't look stupid. Okay, and these are in at 516 418 5996. Okay. All righty. Okay. That's in the chat room right there. Okay, so I'm gonna pause. I'll be back.
Okay, Shabaka. All right, so we're gonna dive into this topic. I'm gonna have to step away for a brief second, y'all. Put it in the chat. I don't have time to correct it. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna play this clip now.
Unleash Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news, and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
The US court is going to side with US tech companies that are making the country billions of dollars. What did people expect? People are angry because a US court absolved 5 major technology companies accused of aiding the use of child labor in cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Did you really think that a US court is going to side with the people of Democratic Republic of Congo? Do you think they would care about African lives? I'm surprised there were people that respected for justice to be served. Watch this clip and come back and discuss.
A U.S. court on Tuesday absolved 5 major technology companies accused of aiding the use of child labor in cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo. In the case filed by former child miners and their representatives, Google parent company Alphabet, Apple, Dell Technologies, Microsoft, and Tesla stood accused of facilitating child labor in their supply chains for cobalt. The metal is used to make lithium-ion batteries that are widely used in electronics. But in a 3-0 decision, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia sided with the tech giants, arguing that the companies only maintained a commercial relationship with their suppliers and that they had no power to stop the use of child labor.
So basically, the U.S. court sided with these tech companies because they are saying that all they're doing is buying the cobalt, so they're not really liable for what is happening on the ground. How does this make sense? In which world is it acceptable to pretend like you're not seeing what is really going on when we have technology showing us the same technology, by the way, they're creating by taking advantage of the most vulnerable of this world and by taking away minerals from the people that need it more than even them. They are using it to make money. They are using it to make themselves wealthier. But these people don't even have food to eat for today. They don't even have shelter because of the same exact thing that we are fighting over, which is their resources. And now they're going to act like they don't see it and it's not their problem as long as what they're buying it for pennies. Basically, what the court said is, in this case that was filed by the former child miners and their representatives, Google parent company Alphabet, Apple, Dell Technologies, Microsoft, and Tesla were the ones accused of facilitating child labor in their supply chain for cobalt. But in a 3-0 decision, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia sided with the tech giants, arguing that the companies only maintained a commercial relationship with their suppliers and that they had no power to stop the use of child labor. Yeah, the tech powers didn't have power. It's believable. We can believe that, right? They should just be ashamed of themselves, but at the end of the day, we shouldn't expect more than this from them. This is expected from them. They are making billions of dollars from this, and they are going to back up their own. But it's about time that Africans stand up for their own brothers and say no to this treatment and this nonsense. And when you look at the DRC situation, obviously these big tech giants are the ones that are reaping the benefit, but at the same time, there are people that are facilitating this to happen on the ground. Our own people are working with these people in order to exploit the people of DRC. So if that's the case, us as a people, we need to figure out how to take care of or how to deal with these traitors on our own so that it stops. We stop it from the root and we don't beg for justice from a US court. They're not going to give us anything. They're not going to give us justice for obvious reasons. So what we need to focus on is our own, and let's hold our own accountable and let them understand that when you're being a traitor and when you're turning on your people, there is a great punishment waiting for you. Maybe that will discourage some of the puppets that we have that are being used to loot from us and to benefit the rest of the world while we continue to suffer.
All right. Thoughts, Lady Che?
Yeah, I don't like. Nobody likes to see that shit. Nobody likes to see that, Mudland or whatever is getting raped and pillaged of all its resources, and sold off for cheap. Nobody likes that. So, I mean, shit's hard everywhere. You know what I mean? So like really not knowing, like, shit's fucked up. That shit's been going on too for a long time. It's really bad. That's really bad.
Yeah. So are you surprised that the U.S. sided with these tech giants?
No. Not at all. I mean, them not siding with it would be too much like right.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they're obviously gonna do whatever supports their financial agenda or whatever fucking agenda they're trying to push. Either way, it doesn't behoove anybody. Ultimately, it's just gonna turn around and bite them in the ass at the end of the world. It's really fucked up. No, I didn't see it being any different. You wanna hope that it would be, but no. It doesn't surprise me. It's just disappointing. And I hope it's fucking worth it. I hope they can live with their fucking soul is burning in fucking hell. It's fucked up. Because everything they're doing is just it's not really. It's only helping them and their wallet. It's not helping this country or continent. Not helping.
Yep. Yeah, so it's like Shabaka's always saying, like, all the cobalt, all the tungsten, all the ring, you name it, pretty much. They're coming from Africa. That's making silicone. That's making your smartphone, your tablet,
right,
laptop, whatever work.
Everybody's so used to it. Like, what do you know?
And you still got children in the mines mining for this shit. And the U.S. and other Western powers don't want to do nothing to stop it or alleviate it. They just want to keep it going because it's a multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar operation.
Yep.
For you to have the latest iPhone or latest Samsung or whatever the fuck.
So they were absolved, huh? So they weren't guilty. They weren't found guilty, right?
No, they sided with them.
They're absolved. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Well, everybody got to pay in hell sometime.
Right.
And we're all conflicted. I mean, if you think about it, they got us conditioned to fucking want all this shit, and we can't. People can't function without it.
Yeah.
Not knowing that what it costs to get it. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, they're trying to make it sleepy Jim Crow Biden. Everything electric.
Doesn't matter. It's little pieces of everything in shit. A little piece of metal, a little piece of gold, inlaid and stuff. Doesn't matter.
All of that is being mined, and they're using children to do it. So every time you get a smartphone, just know that child labor more than likely made your phone or built your phone.
Probably made everything. Think about it. Motherfucking shoes, hats, everything. It's really fucked up. Man, pretty soon they're gonna be working at Tyson.
Oh my god. No, the illegals are working.
Did I do a fucking whole expose about them working there? The little children making cookies and shit in the back, working all the machines. I think I did that.
I think you covered that on the RBA
Yeah, it's pretty positive. They're over there working the chicken machines. The little immigrant children.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing new. It's nothing new. It's fucked up. Just get slapped on the wrist.
Yep. Alrighty, y'all. So we're gonna move along to your girl, Lady Che.
Excuse me?
Candace Owens.
Why would you say that, Jesse?
I was just playing, Lady Che. Damn.
Had a whole debate about this broad yesterday.
So Candace Owens is shifting her focus from politics to celebrity news. So Lisa gonna give us the update.
It goes back and forth.
Yeah. Well, she's back on the pendulum is swinging towards celebrity.
I don't blame her. Politics has been getting boring lately. Way more entertaining stuff.
Somebody else gave her the boot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how many of you have had your eye on Candace Owens, and I don't blame you if you don't, for obvious reasons. But if you go look at what she's been putting out over the last several weeks, Candace has been going hard in celebrity news. And I believe this has a lot to do with the fact that her handlers cut her off over her stance on the Israel-Hamas war.
Mm-hmm.
She took a position that favored the Palestinians. And because of that, they have cut her off. They had, they turned on her. Now, I've heard Candace speak about celebrities before, but she's really going extra hard now. And of course, it's all disdain for Black celebrities. She wouldn't dare do the same thing to a whole group of white celebrities. She may throw some in the mix, but her target will always be her own people. Now, why? Well,
she's a raccoon mammy.
The political world is not embracing her anymore. See, the people that she upset had a lot of influence out here, to the point where they can keep her out of certain circles. And let's be real, she can't run back to Donald Trump because she fell out with Trump a few years back. And Trump just, once he don't deal with you anymore, that's it. You see what happened to Omarosa. And Candace has gone down that same path. Donald Trump is not feeling her. His first term in office, Candace, you would see pictures of her up at the White House if they had certain events, and she would be taking pictures along with her husband with Donald Trump. That is not going to happen. She is never going to make it up to that White House under Donald Trump. And we know because she is a Republican, she's never going to make it up there under Joe Biden either. So I think her Washington, D.C. days of being invited to the White House, I think those days are done. And that's why she is switching gears and going towards celebrity news, because it is never going to be the same for her in the world of politics. And that's what she rose up on, and she was chosen because she was willing to come all out against her own. And people are never going to forget that.
Never.
So lately, she is still doing work for the Daily Wire, but she is going hard with the celebrity news and calling out. She's literally calling out the Jews that run Hollywood. She's going hard in that. And we already know about that from Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein, who had a lot of clients out of Hollywood, both in front of the camera and behind the scenes. That's what that black book and the whole list of people. Yeah. So we are fully aware of all of that.
Yeah.
And she is now sitting and bringing all of that out now. And, that's going to make her situation even worse with them folks. We already know that. So
yeah, they keep giving her a
she is calling it sinister and all this stuff about Hollywood. And we know Hollywood is evil. We have heard it from celebrities and even celebrities that have walked away from the industry. So all she is doing is kind of reiterating many of the things we already know.
Right.
But she is calling out them folks very loudly.
Yeah.
In these recent articles, if you go out there and look at it. But Candace is shifting gears, and y'all don't be surprised if you start seeing her trying to crawl back, but she is never going to be embraced.
She'll never crawl back to the black
in whole by the black community. And if you remember at the end of Donald Trump's reign in the White House during his first administration, towards the end, she wasn't getting invited. She wasn't getting invited because the black Republicans turned on her and was telling Donald Trump not to invite her. And he didn't, if you remember, towards the end. When he would have events, she would not get invited. So it was really the beginning of her end when his administration was over. And now it's really over. She has no relationship with Donald Trump or even MAGA. And not to mention the fact that even Donald Trump has been calling out all kinds of people. Now, if she was really in with them, don't you think he would want her to help in getting that black vote? Remember, she did that Blexit, trying to get more people over to the right from the black community. Nobody's even calling on her at all over that. So she's been doing an awful lot of stuff on Diddy and Hollywood and, and that kind of stuff. The same stuff that you hear from other YouTubers that have been keeping track of that. She's now jumping on the bandwagon and bringing out the news. And recently she did one on Michael Jackson, Kanye, and Diddy. And and she's like, well, I'm done being threatened. Well, Candace, who is threatening you? Your former handlers? Because I don't think we care enough about you to threaten you.
Right.
In your own, we just don't care. We ain't feeling you like that. You're not even worth a threat.
Yeah. This is what's going on. All right. Well, what comes to
yeah, I heard. It doesn't really surprise me that she's doing. Hold on, I'm trying to fix it. That she's doing celebrity news. I mean, politics has been getting boring lately, so I can only make sense. Should probably go back to it as soon as something's salacious. So. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she'll probably go back to after something salacious happens. So I'll be right back. Carry on. So that was my closing thoughts. It don't really surprise me. She goes back and forth with it. So
yeah. And
even if she is going at the people, it really doesn't surprise me either. Like how everybody's so delicate about it, because that shit happened somewhere else, and I don't know why everybody keeps getting fear mongered over their shit when they don't give a fuck about what's going on with y'all. Black Holocaust is a real thing too.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know why everybody's so fearful. Let it go. That happened over there. That I'm just saying, they're gonna cancel my ass anyway. I don't give a fuck. Is what it is. I don't understand why everybody's so scared. You give them that work. They've been making people feel guilty for fucking generations. So for nothing. When it happened over there, and they give no fucks about black folk. So you shouldn't give no fucks about what they think if their little hats are twisted up in a ball. Right? Oh well. They're twist up and tighten up in their ass and shit. Black Holocaust and black tax is a real thing.
Right.
I'll be back in a second. It's just a few more minutes. I'll be right back. Carry on though. I can hear everything.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back in the studio.
Oh shit! Perfect time, Mr. Blacc.
What happened, man? I left my damn clothes in a fucking laundry and forgot about them, man. And everybody and all the dryers are occupied, so I had to bring the shit in, man, to my apartment, man, and hang them up, man. I'm just glad I didn't lose the damn thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, we finished up with the U.S. court sides with Apple, Tesla, Dell, and other big tech giants, and we're just finishing up now with Candace Owens shifting her focus to celebrity news as opposed to politics.
Man, to hell with Candace Owens. And if you're listening, Ms. Owens, kiss our ass. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I got to say about her sick ass. You know what I mean?
Right.
Shit is crazy, man. You know what I'm saying?
So, them folks, them short hats, gave her pulled the plug on her. So now she's shifting gears.
Right. Okay. So in other words, she's just been proving that all they're using her for is a damn pawn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A damn pawn.
And racism, white supremacy, as the great Professor Black Truth always tells us, always breaks their tools.
Oh yeah. And so they went on there and broke her ass. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. See you, little eyeballs. Thanks for coming. All right, so we appreciate, our well wishes and what have you.
Yeah,
and spoke with Joe Gibson this evening. Spoke with Sarge on another show, and
I was about to jump on Black Power radio too, man. My phone kept dying and it wouldn't stay charged. I was like, God damn it, man! I had something to say, but did you give them that work?
Definitely a shout out there to Black Power radio. Yeah, Black Lightning, Sheikah Imam Akbar, Dr. Truth Bay. You know what I'm saying?
They were going in. I listened for like 20 minutes.
And then I cussed out a couple of bastards on their own shows, and I'm not gonna mention it. And this one motherfucker gonna tell me, Shabaki, you're promoting your show on our show. And I says, well, man, fuck it, man. I'm just telling y'all you ain't shitting. What you motherfuckers is talking about is a bunch of bullshit. So then, of course, we got to the reparations issue. And you know how that went. And then
you're not allowed to make friends for us, Shabaka.
Huh?
You're cut off from making friends for us. You can't make friends for us.
And then me and Sarge got into it again, and I told Sarge's ass that he is ordered to report for duty 2,100 hours in the Eastern time zone, which is 9 p.m. his time. You know what I'm saying?
Watch him not come. He get locked in the closet. Jesse loves locking him in the closet. Be in the closet for like 12 minutes or 20 minutes at a time. Come out all fucking angry, and I thought he had a motherfucking harky dish like me. Just ready.
Well, that's just it though, Lady Chad. I want
nominated. I'm not taking the nomination for the Cool Awards down. I already announced it.
And I had to go to the doctor today. Twice. So they want me to do another MRI.
Twice. I said I'll make it the award. It's that serious to me.
And then I got my glasses fixed that fell apart. When I was traveling from the Mile High Income City to Sin City. And you all still got that raggedy ass snow back there?
No.
Damn it.
It went away. It melted.
It did.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then how come?
So it came out, it
Then with
melted.
all that,
Who
and
does?
then with all that snow, then Lake Mead, ought to be filling up from the Colorado River. You know what I'm saying? Where the city of Los Angeles steals your water. You
They
know
just
what I mean?
do fuck shit with the water anyway. It's just one thing after another.
Yeah. Well, the water out the Colorado River
Our
over
streets
Hoover
probably
Dam.
split into
Okay.
segments. Every time it snows like that, the streets fucking break up into pieces. And I'm surprised we even have streets anymore.
Oh yeah, I avoided a whole lot of fucking potholes in Denver.
Oh yeah, it gets worse after heavy snow.
Oh yeah, and then you got all these no driving motherfuckers back there doing 80 miles an hour on an ice-slick highway.
You're from California. What are you talking about?
No, I live in Nevada.
Okay, but you're from California, so you don't know all about that California driving out here. Just because you went to Vegas doesn't mean you forgot California drivers and they drive
Well, you're right, Lady Shay, and then
in and out of traffic, throwing batteries and shit. Come on now.
Yeah, and
then here, that old.
And then 50% of the cars here got California license plates.
Right. Exactly. Perpetrating. You know they don't live there no more. They just don't want to give up their California plate for a Colorado wood.
Well, what they're doing is they're doing the right thing. As long as the plate is good, they're gonna wait for the motherfucker to expire, like I did, then go renew it. I mean, under the full faith and credit clause, as long as that plate is valid in one state, is good in the next state. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, but as soon as that damn tag expired, they yanking your ass. Ask me how I know. That's how I got acquainted with the Las Vegas Police Department. Well, sir, your tag expired. You need proof of insurance and all of this bullshit.
You're California driving, but you made it through. You survived. It was just a little snowstorm, just a little. It was like about 3 feet of slush.
Yeah. My damn car buried in 6 feet of snow, and I had to dig the motherfucker out. Then all the snow on the top of it.
You didn't get frostbite. It was just a little. Your feet were just a little wet.
Yeah, and I see why y'all put the windshield wipers up. You see,
it's a smart thing to do when you live here.
Yeah, because I turn on the highway in the middle of the fucking rain.
You can be like this, snap it, and then they go break off. They're stupid.
Yeah, no, that's just what happened. Is because one of the wiper blades in my travel fell off, and fortunately, I got the right one to replace it. You know what I'm saying? It is crazy. Yeah, shit is insane. You know what I'm saying? It's downright nuts. Shit is insane. And then get to Albuquerque. You know what I mean? And then too, we get there and then get the Flagstaff. Man, get that raggedy ass, no good bitch Nancy Grace off the motherfucker.
Oh yeah, that lady, man,
that
she's alive.
Raggedy ass heifer right there. I don't know who I hate most.
Nancy Grace
or Ann Cole.
Here, man.
She's trying to make it seem like this bitch is
so jail, man. That's a whole Karen right there. Southern Karen too.
Girl,
that's a Southern Karen.
This is so innocent too. That shit is hilarious.
I know.
Okay. Yeah.
Giving her that word. She jumped on the wrong sister.
Oh, okay, and got her ass whooped. Okay, sound like a case of self-defense to me.
Yes.
So
truth
about the Kaylee game case. Okay. All right, roll the tape, please. Support Frontline Black News. We ain't promoting none of these other individuals.
What are we watching? This nothing but Pippi Longstocking shit.
Pippi Longstocking.
Who is this white lady?
I ain't heard that term in damn near 40 years.
All right, Blossom,
Pippi Longstocking.
Motherfucker, I don't know who that lady is. Who that lady is? Pippi Longstocking, motherfucking some weird ass person, white lady.
So this
probably.
Oh my God, this new Jamine Ramsey site.
Oh boy, the bullshit of politics. Boy, I'm telling you. Yeah.
No, this white girl and her little friends was running around beating up girls, jumping them, and they jumped
And
on the sister.
and I take they jumped on a black girl and the black girl wouldn't put that work in.
Yep.
So now with their little funky Karen asses, oh no, you know, they beat us up and all that, and you started the goddamn fight and got your ass whooped.
Yeah, so now one of the girls is in a coma.
Well, was she the one that started it?
Yes.
Well, I hate to say, be the bearer of bad news, like they always say, keep your hands to yourself.
Right.
You know? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're trying to make us feel sorry for this broad, but
yeah, the little Karen, yeah, who
they don't
started
raise-
this shit, you know,
they don't
like the
raise
little
some of that.
Karens. When their parents tell them to wash the dishes, they want to blow up the whole goddamn house.
Mm-hmm. And they don't raise almost $500,000 for this broad.
On GoFundMe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we can't even get 50 goddamn cents donated to us.
Look, it says, the girl critically injured in a fight seen by millions of people online remains in the hospital with traumatic brain injuries, her family confirmed. The girl, whose family members identified as Kaylee Gain, remains in the hospital with brain bleeding and swelling, according to 2 GoFundMe pages started to help the family with medical costs. She remains in critical condition.
Well, can we start a GoFundMe page for Frontline Black News?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, I think we need to do it because we're taking on a lot of water. Just imagine all the money we spent, you know, for the combined 11 years. You know what I'm saying? All the episodes.
The combined 12 years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's a lot of money that's been up.
Video shows a girl slam another girl's head into the ground over and over again. That happened Friday. Today, we learned the girl critically injured in that fight near Hazelwood East is 16-year-old Kaylee Gain. Christina Cornell joined just now in studio with more.
His 16-year-old granddaughter needs support. There are 2 online fundraisers up and running right now.
Frontline Black News needs some support. You know what I'm saying? You know, we need some goddamn support over here. She got over $100,000 in what's that? 12 hours.
Wow.
Some people just got all the luck, man,
recording a fight.
Let it go. I have to let it go. I'd say about a lot of sense at this point.
Seeing her list and there was a round, she was very, very hurt.
And we say the teen fractured her skull and has frontal lobe damage. She also has brain bleeding and swelling. And the family won't know the extent.
Wait, cuz can you back this up? Because I don't understand what we're talking about. This looks like a lady with damage. You know, man, I can't do that. I got bad things to say. I don't know what's going on right here.
My advice to parents to
playing a role.
You back this up? I don't really know what's going on.
Bullying increase and violence in schools started to, and so once they get into a place where they're forced to connect again, when there's
you back it up because I don't know what's going on,
and they don't have.
Yeah, we got a connection problem.
He's in the front room. I don't know what the purpose is, but back it up because I don't really know what's going on.
Around us, they're picking up on those behaviors, they're picking up on those patterns. And so if we don't want you to engage in violence or to engage in hateful.
Can you hear the video?
Yeah, they're saying they don't want students to engage. And they have already raised more than $100,000.
Yeah, almost $500,000. This is
$500,000. And you telling me we can't start a GoFundMe page, man,
You
and
back
make us
it
at
up because
least
I don't
10
really know
grand?
what's going on, man. I don't really understand what we're watching here, other than some girl in a GoFundMe and shit.
That
I didn't see the beginning, man. It was like critical. Can you just never mind. I guess I could just read it. All right.
Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we up to $500 trillion for tangibles.
This white girl that they keep talking about, she started a fight with this sister. Her and these other girls that's been going around jumping female students at the school, and they picked the right one, and the sister beat the brakes off of her, and now she's in a coma, and they try to make us feel sorry for her and all this shit.
So, of course,
so this brought this disrespected and got her head knocked off, and now she's sitting somewhere, suffering whatever, and they raise that much motherfucking money. It's the complexion for the protection. It's the complexion. That's the simplest understanding. I mean, you shouldn't be fucking with black people, especially sisters. What the fuck you doing? It don't matter. But look. So she did something. She did something to him. That I'm understanding.
The black girl.
The girls, yeah, she did something to the black girls.
She was defending herself. That's what the black girl was doing.
The black girl is defending herself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So okay, man, I don't know what we're watching.
Well, you all got some weird laws in the great state of Colorado.
This isn't Colorado.
Where was this at?
St. Louis, Shabaka.
Oh, in Missouri, huh? Okay.
In the state of Missouri, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Up and down the mighty Mississippi.
And you don't know what you tussling with.
Right.
And in all actuality, if the little girl was defending herself and this is what happened, I mean, can you really blame her? I mean, look at this shit that's been going on for 500 motherfucking years.
Yeah, you're damn right about that.
We fight back against the bullshit, oppression, whatever the fuck.
You don't know what you're tussling with until you get up in it. And we're bad luck. But Jesus, man, how the fuck they even gonna do it like it's a highlight that she's raised over $100,000 while that little girl has to deal with the fucking traumatics of it all. Right? She had to deal with the traumatics, and then she fucking laid hands on her. Who knows that it was gonna go that route? You know what I mean? I can just imagine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So the next one is about them. They're gonna play the video of them fighting.
Okay.
During the fight, and then they said there's a lawsuit blames the teacher. Ooh. So the teacher was egging this shit on.
Is that right?
For holding back tears after she says her 10-year-old daughter was assaulted at her elementary school.
And that mother now filing a law.
This one's different. Because the other one was high school student. So this is something else.
I mean, we see this racial shit all the time, and it's really bad. But it's bad for them. They shouldn't be doing it. Especially when you don't know what you're tussling with when you start fucking with motherfuckers. You think you hard. And then
Okay, so this is the video of the white girl getting us the hands of Ogun and the spirit of Majora put on her.
And the spirit of Ali.
Well, that's the Majoro spirit. Yeah, that's that spirit, Shabaka. So, teenage girl in critical condition after brutal assault at Missouri high school. Warning, the following video contains images.
In this corner. All right.
It's always when they get an attack.
All right.
Yeah. it's okay. See? Hmm. It looks like there was multiple fights going on at the same
Describe
time.
the front line. That looked like a gang fight.
Yep, definitely a gang fight. So,
On the footage one more again. I want to see it from the beginning.
oh my god!
I just want to see why the white girl is in the neighborhood with a whole bunch of us, and just not wondering why she got what she got. I'm just curious.
And she started the fight.
Yeah, she started it.
This is just summer activity already. However, this is when you think you tight and you bring your little fat white friend with you, and you both get touched. No, that's bad.
Right.
Yeah, but come on, man. It's summertime. I can just hear it's raining. We bored. They ain't gonna hurt each other though. Look at that shit. See them two just mixing in there.
Yeah.
It's like, man, we ain't gotta do all this, man. Cause like, yeah, right. Like,
We got the little white bitch head all bust off.
Anyway, I'm gonna go back up.
Damn.
You got man now.
Nice.
That's about it. However, you see us. We ain't gonna really hurt each other. We just wrestling and throwing each other in the bushes.
Yeah.
We really picking each other up. Ain't nobody grab nobody's hair. You know, it's just arms and legs and swift kicks down and thrown in the bush and picked back up. It's raining. There's leaves out. It's a motherfucker. Oh man, them bitches they knew what they were getting into when they went down there. There's two of them, and they thought that was hard. You came and you brought your little fat friend with you. Both of you get done.
Right.
Damn.
I agree with Lady Ch. Oh my god.
It's obviously pull up fall over there, wherever they were.
Yeah.
And you thought they could pull up in an Acura and just not get touched. And they grabbed her. They grabbed her first, and then she was world star. But when it came to them fighting with each other, man, ain't nobody gonna hurt each other. They just gonna throw each other around in the bushes, throw some leaves, kick each other a little bit. No, ain't nobody grab no air. Ain't nobody's locks on the ground nowhere. Ain't nobody bruised up. They just one was grabbing each other, laughing and giggling at the end of it. And then they go eat. They go eat somewhere, and that bro get an ambulance call.
Yeah.
There's only like 16 of them. I'm sure they can fit somewhere. Shit, man. It's raining. There's leaves everywhere. Come on, man. That's enough for a Waffle House right there. You tell it was down south. Enough for Waffle House. Exactly. It's like got to be down south in like Missouri.
They were in the state of Missouri.
They were recognize Missouri when I see it. She tried.
It was Jennings.
She got thrown around like a raggedy ass doll, man. That bra was like a loose leaf doll. Hey man, and that's what happens when you come to the wrong area. You know you don't belong.
And then she came up there.
She had no tactics.
Okay, and then she came up there starting
shit. First threw up. Look at the stance. You gonna really with this big body girl? Big body girl, man. That's already gonna put hands on you, and they go home and slap your mama just from the You take your daughter, please.
How do you feel?
No feelings.
She wasn't ready. She wasn't ready. But apparently she had this coming. Cause her and her little crew of mean girls was going around jumping girls at the school. So yeah, she definitely
jumping girls. They were
So she ordered this, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were jumping those little black girls. I know that. That I can tell you right now. They were jumping little black girls. Not at all.
Damn Karen.
Down. They would never waited after school.
A damn Karen.
Yep, a little baby Karen. So Tariq is gonna give us the update on this.
All right.
The room.
And how
everybody to fall in.
Media is trying to paint this.
We are live, doing it how we do it.
One of them X spaces.
How y'all living, man? Y'all good over there? Let me start recording the space. All right, we good, man. How y'all living, man? We good over here? I know it's very, very late, but we are in the building doing what we do.
Not to fast forward.
Spitting like we spit. Glad to have y'all tuning in on this Speaking with the Family. The interesting thing is they're trying to paint the black girl as this violent thug from a thug family and little innocent Kaylee. You notice the pictures they got of Kaylee? They got her looking like Miley Cyrus
Barbie doll,
the
like
Disney Channel. They got her looking as innocent as possible. But we've been posting videos. I've been getting videos from people, text messages, all types of stuff that I've been posting.
Cracking up too.
The thug is Kaylee.
Right.
Kaylee has a long reputation out there in that area for jumping girls, bullying girls. She kind of has a little crew where they go around, allegedly, according to the people out there, just terrorizing people. The Kylie girl was already suspended from school. The Kylie girl, people are saying that her family, her parents are drug addicts, allegedly. This is what people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
So that girl comes from a violent thug, allegedly, background. We know that she has a propensity for violence. I'm hearing that the Kylie girl has gone to other girls' homes to fight them. Her and her boyfriend and jump folks, allegedly. Well, hell, I won't even say allegedly, because in the video, there's a video I posted of Kylie at school with her boyfriend standing there, and they jumped that girl. And from what I understand, that girl's dad tried to press charges, and I think he got dismissed. You know, they protect these little violent white students who do this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the irony is the black girl, Marnice, that girl's an honor roll student.
Mm-hmm.
Her family, her parents, they're older black people. They adopted her. That little girl is adopted.
Mm.
She was adopted at a very young age. So her parents are older church black folks. They're real good people. Real good people. Nothing thuggish, nothing ratchet about them. Marnice, that little girl, 15 years old, honor roll student. Not only that, I think they skipped her up a grade, and she's now studying. They're about to give her like a college exam to try to get her in college early. So this is a smart little girl, not violent in any sense of the word. And that's why do you think the white girl ran up on her like that?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? They know who to run up on and who not to run on. There's a reason why she ran up on that little girl like that. She ran up on her because she perceived Marnice as like a nerd.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I understand, she'd been threatening Marnice.
Mm.
Kylie been threatening the black girl. You understand? And Marnice was there waiting on a bus. Somebody drove Kylie up there. So they're not putting none of this stuff in context. That girl ain't no damn victim.
Mm-mm.
And when you point all of this contextual these facts out, the white supremacists are still explaining, she still didn't deserve to get her head bashed in the pavement. Well, the thing is, Kylie made a choice. If Kylie did not make the janky ass choices she made, she would not be in a hospital right now.
Right.
Kylie made choices that led her in that situation. Marnice, that little girl wasn't thinking about fighting nobody. That little girl wasn't thinking about having to defend herself that day when she went to school. That's the last thing on her mind. That girl wasn't even on that. The Kaylee girl made some decisions, and she's been making these decisions. And what happens with bullies, there's only so long you can keep bullying people. The shit is going to flip on you at one point. She made a choice. When you bully people, when you go out here and try to be Billy Badass and fight folks, see, sometimes the shit is going to flip on you. You might pull up on the wrong one. You might pull up on somebody who you think is soft and they defend themselves, and then it goes another way that you didn't think it was going to go.
Gentlemen.
But that's the gamble that you take. In every gamble, there's a possibility that you're going to lose. The Kaylee girl took a gamble and lost that day. Because, see, the thing is, her whiteness has protected her, and she knows that. Family, how long have I been telling y'all about these little ratchet white girls with the yo word to the mother? How many of you guys are Mac Lessons fans of my old Mac Lessons radio show? Family, I did the Mac Lessons radio show, started that in 2006. Some of y'all weren't even born at that time. We got some old school folks in here know that I've been doing this for a long time, going all the way back to 2006. One of the earliest things, because I used to give a lot of relationship advice, and one thing I used to tell my guys all the time: if you see a ratchet white girl, yo word to the mother, talking with a black scent and all that, trying to be hood, run for the damn hills. Stay as far away from that person as possible. That was a main message I kept trying to drill in the minds of cats, because those white women are very dangerous. Because when the shit goes down, when law enforcement gets involved, boy, they flip back right into whiteness. They let their whiteness work for them. This Kaylee girl, she understood she can be a ratchet degenerate, running around here fighting and jumping on everybody, leading a pack, understanding that her whiteness was going to protect her, which it's been doing. She's been getting slaps on the wrist for jumping folks and bullying people and leading dumb Negroes around. Family, let's talk real. A lot of these people in the dominant white society who come slumming around black folks, when they come around us, it's never to uplift and never to bring any type of constructive information. It's to sow more bullshit and dissension, instigate beefs that they're standing in the middle of, because they know that they're not going to be touched. So they can be the ringleader of all types of beefs and shenanigans. They keep up a whole bunch of shit.
Yep. Pretty much.
Look, just notice some of the people, the yo ass people who come around black culture.
Michael Rappaport.
Like the DJ Blacc.
We're speaking of.
All right. DJ Blacc is one of these yo word to the mother cats. Look at all the bullshit he keeps up. That's why a lot of folks fell out with Vlad. That's why I kind of fell out with him. They keep up some shit with black folks. They stay instigating little stuff between black folks and staying in the mix. Orchestrating little beefs and stuff like that. And then they got their hands are clean. They're sitting in the mix, orchestrating everything. But when shit goes left, they hey, I don't know what's going on. Their hands are clean. You understand? That ain't cool. That type of stuff has to stop. That's why I holler at Adam and those guys over at No Jumper. I don't like a lot of that stuff that goes on too. That's why I would go on No Jumper with some of the guys to bring some constructive energy to what's going on over on No Jumper, because a lot of cats who go on No Jumper, these are street dudes, and I know some of these dudes. I know these guys, and I don't like that platform is used many times to instigate little street beefs, because that shit spills over in the streets, and cats in the dominant society, they're not getting touched by that.
Right.
You see? And just like with this Kaylee girl, going back to her, she's out here instigating beefs, helping to jump people, and she's getting those slaps on the wrist. Ain't nothing happening to her. And when people defend themselves, her whiteness kicks in and protects her. Look, this woman, this Kaylee girl is being rewarded for her degenerate behavior. She sits up here orchestrating these beefs, causing incidents, getting suspended from school. And I've heard a whole bunch of other stuff too. from the people. Her and her boyfriend be at school smoking in the bathroom. I done heard a whole bunch of stuff. Allegedly, I haven't substantiated, but I'm just hearing a bunch of horror stories about this girl. Slaps on the wrist. Nothing is going to happen to her. Not only will she not get punished, look at it. This woman got $250,000 right now in GoFundMe money. These degenerates in the dominant white society, they get rewarded. And then you have an honor roll student, Marnice, sitting in damn jail right now. That little girl is in jail. I was going to bail her out, but there's no bail. I talked to the family, and because it's juvenile court, they haven't set a bail. I was going to bail her out today.
Wow.
But they don't have a bail for her. So we're trying to monitor this case. And another thing, the lawyers out here, black goddamn lawyers, black lawyers, where are you? Right. Especially out here in that area. We really got to get our legal, our black legal folks, we got to be up on it.
Well,
we got to get our black legal folks up on it. Our black legal class, man. Where are you? Because y'all niggas be bragging about getting your law degree on TikTok, but when it's time to really do some stuff, and we ain't talking about doing some volunteer work. We'll pay your ass. We just need you to be down. Where are the black lawyers, especially the black lawyers in Missouri? Y'all need to be hollering.
GoFundMe is at now.
Black lawyers in Missouri. Or anywhere, anytime there's a situation, the black lawyers are nowhere to be found. The black legal, these white supremacists, boy, they got all types of little legal teams, these little pro bono teams. They look out for each other as far as the law and all of that stuff. They really look out.
356.
They know how to go out here and get these lawsuits popping and get this paperwork popping. And the black legal.
What is this shit? Y'all see that shit?
Yeah, fucking Karen. Yeah. With her Barbie doll looking ass.
Made a $10,000.
Hell, so they're gonna get $100,000 to this motherfucker right here that started this shit. And you mean to tell us that Frontline Black News can't get $1,000? We need support. We appreciate all our listeners.
Shabaka, she don't raise more money than the chairman.
Oh, man. Damn. And most definitely a shout out there to the chairman of Montgomery, Alabama last summer, who sent out there the distress signal. And what you had there with the chairman of Montgomery Black family was what they call an implosion, where all the elements came together in an instant and served up some black power. They beat the shit out of I.W. Harper. They beat the shit out of Coors. They beat the living dog shit out of Jack Daniels and old Granddad and old Kayla. Yeah, them drunk motherfuckers got filled up with that fire water. Oh, I'm real bad, blah, 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 and got the living dog shit kicked out of them that they brought on themselves. I don't understand that, black family. I understand, but I don't understand.
They're rewarding her for attacking the system.
That's all what it is, the damn bounty. Period.
She getting rewarded for the shit.
Yeah. Just like the slave patrollers did with the bounty for runaway slaves. Ain't a goddamn thing changed.
Except a year, that's it, Shabaka.
That's it. And then they got black men wearing dresses and shoving ketchup up their asses, talking about they menstruating. Get the fuck out of here.
These black folks out here who are lawyers, y'all really need to step it up. Don't be on Instagram bragging about you being a lawyer, and when it's time for us to retain you to help out with high-profile situations,
the girl in trouble.
Y'all don't
The
want to mess
black
up
girl in trouble.
The white buddies that.
No.
Oh, thank God, because I was about to be. That's a major tragedy right there.
Y'all got to really, really step it up. There should be a Black legal team looking out for that little girl. You see how
and she got touched, and so I feel like when you see all this GoFundMe shit, it's like, you know, what is this to design to make people feel bad? I don't feel bad for this girl doing the fuck shit.
Right.
Well,
No,
she
really. I mean, I was a little
well,
girl at one point in time, but I knew better. You know what I mean? And even when I was the best or the greatest motherfucking fighter ever in the fucking free world, like 250 losses, okay, in the very beginning, right? No shit, real shit, right? But I didn't go fucking with people. Yeah. I was only defending myself. I was defending myself. I was not fucking with people because I know how to read energy. I'm like, oh, this energy too much, but they ain't hearing it. I guess we're gonna have to tussle. You know what I mean? It's not that's something I went out actively looking for because I'm just not that way. I'm not that's not a natural quality for me to be out there looking like I'm a boss up on just fucking mud stomp a hole in some white bitch's ass. No, man, there was a lot of things were fucking with me and I was in the system. So when you come in the system, like how I did with a broken face and all fucked up, motherfuckers see you as a weakness. And they want to take advantage of that. So, you know, yeah, you got to take your licks. Then you get out of the gill and whatnot, you know. And then that 30 days of fucking Native American schooling where they was like, you ain't Native American, and just beat the fuck out of you for like 30 days. That was some wild shit. However, I learned something. I still don't fuck with motherfuckers like that. And I gauge when I say hot boy shit, I mean it. Because I've always been like, if I said it, I meant it. I did it, I done it, right? And I'm not taking it back. So if I called a motherfucker something, it's because they were acting on it, and I can't tell you, I'm not taking it back. I don't ever apologize for some crazy shit like that. However, I pretty much I'm sizing the motherfucker up. You know what I mean? Even like you see how I be picking on that one broad. Do I think she got them hands? Who gives a fuck? I'm a low. I'm not supposed to be scared now, bitch. For real.
Yeah.
Now, bitch. And she disrespectful like a motherfucker, so she can catch it too. That's how you know she ain't got no hands. You know what I mean? Her hand, I said her mouth be running and her hair too straight. Yeah, that's what no rhythm. You know that bitch ain't got no hands.
Right, that damn Meridian chick.
Well, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And she ordered it.
Sharika's right. They should have a legal team behind the sister.
Well, yeah, he does have a point, but how do you know they
the white supremacists are getting on code, and the white billionaires are popping up, throwing money on the GoFundMe? You understand? And I haven't heard from no Black lawyers, publicly or privately. That's not the business. We have to protect Black children when they're getting railroaded in situations like that. We really have to protect them. And this is out there in Missouri. What city is that in, by the way?
I think it's Jim.
What's the Hazelwood? What city is that in? I always forget the city. What city is that in? How far is that from St. Louis? If somebody can help me, raise your hand if you know what city that situation happened in. If you know that, raise your hand real quick. I don't feel like Googling it. Raise your hand if you know the city the situation happened in. Anybody? Y'all know? Where y'all at? Okay, I guess y'all don't know shit. Okay, nobody's raising their hand. Okay. I'm looking. Okay, there's somebody raising their hand. Okay, let's get Afro Elite in here. Let's get Brother Afro. Let's get my good brother Afro Elite. Oh, what am I doing here? What am I doing? What am I doing? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, Afro? Oh, hold on. Invite to speak. Let's get Afro back on. Well, let's get different in here. Let's get different. All right, different. What's up, brother?
Are you gonna move along, Jesse? Because he's just gonna chop it over his guests.
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah. Like I think it's in St. Louis County.
I'll tell you city.
Okay.
I think it's in the county.
County
spot.
It.
Yeah.
Got it.
In the county. That's it. That's all I wanted to get. All right. So, what are y'all thoughts on this Kaylee gang case?
Okay, on that, she got what she deserved. The sister should be released. The sister defended herself by any means necessary, rather if it's a chair, rather if it's the concrete. She used whatever means necessary to preserve herself. And this Karen broad started this bullshit, and the sister just broke her of that habit now.
Yeah. Broke her off some. Yeah. So now she in a coma.
Well, she brought it upon herself. From what I saw, the sister had protected herself against an imminent threat to her person, and she went on and defended herself to the best of her ability, and the threat was eliminated when a white broad is out there stretched.
Mm-hmm. But
I mean, the white broad brought it on herself. I mean, what the fuck did she expect? Ain't Jemima? What the fuck did she expect? Gone with the wind? Yes. What the fuck did she expect? You know, to quote Clark Gable in Gone with the Wind, a simple-minded darky. What did she expect? She's the Barbie doll. You know what I'm saying? Everybody kisses her white ass, but not that day. That black got up there and served her ass up and broke her of that habit.
Yeah.
Let it be a message to all Barbie dolls. Hell have no fury like a black woman scorned.
That's right. May the church say amen. All right. So, she got what she rightfully deserved, and shame on you, white supremacists.
Yeah. You white supremacists blame yourselves for that bullshit.
For funding this GoFundMe for these
No, that's the part that's pissing me off right there. They giving this heifer $100,000, and you mean to tell me we can't raise $500 for our platforms? We know our message is controversial. We know that we're going to tell it like it is. We know that we got some unpopular truths to tell you, and we will continue to do such in the name of our ancestors before us that have suffered in a goddamn state like Missouri.
Mm-hmm. The state of misery.
Yes, sir. And that is one miserable ass state to cross.
Yeah.
I've crossed misery.
Lady Che, did you have anything else to say about this?
Oh shit.
No, really. I just feel like I feel like it's I guess her bad luck for fucking with them. She knew better. She should have known better. Somebody should have told her not to. I mean, she's old enough to know better. She go to school. She's old enough to know not to be jumping on motherfuckers. That shit is gonna come there where nobody likes that shit no more. Nobody's taking that no more. Nobody's taking anybody calling them the hard N word or calling them out they race. Nobody's taking that. Nobody's taking getting your hands put on them, touching on them or anything like that. Bullying. Those days are over. And so whatever she thought she was gonna do, especially when she brought a friend with her, that's just the cost of fucking that's the cost of being doing what you had to do. It's like world star right there. However, I don't think that the little young sister thought that she was gonna really handle that. But I was gonna say this, that when you get in a situation like that, you got to think about all that fucking generational traumatic fucking shit that's in your skin cells, and once you get your hands on a little motherfucking demon, I mean, it just kind of unleashed her. You know what I mean? And so I don't really think she should be held accountable for it because she wasn't tearing off after other little young brothers and sisters that were right there with her. They were just tussling around and everything. It was tussling with it. However, these little white girls came down there for a specific reason, and they didn't know. I don't think they didn't know. I think that they should have paid attention because they don't look like that first time that young sister probably got in a little scuffle here and there. But they should have just left her alone. I mean, just look at the size, the build right there alone. It's unmatched. She should have just took her little white ass home and sat down and fucking ate cornflakes and fucking did whatever the fuck they do.
Exactly.
And let them be whatever they were schooling. It looked like they was schooling before they showed up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? From the video, they look like they was just all on the right in front of somebody's house, just probably talking and bullshitting and doing whatever young teenagers do. So she thought she would pull up in a car with her little fat friend, and they both got touched. The only thing that was different about the little fat friend was that she a little sturdier and she didn't go down so easy. However, that one got tossed around like a little motherfucking rag doll. Hey, that you should know better. Somebody, especially if you kicking it with a little brother or whatever, she a couch girl, whatever the fuck, a little young fucking hoe type activity. You know what I mean? So somebody should say you don't want to go around there. Yeah, man. Go around there. Well, you want to fuck around and beat up on little Becky around your age. Don't be going around there fucking around with any of them. You know what I mean? They're gonna wipe you down. Baby. Don't go over there. Right. Just go ahead and leave them bitches alone. You ain't built for that. You ain't built for that. Somebody should say something like that, because that would have been the right thing. You gave a fuck. Somebody said, hey, stay your motherfucking ass over there. Leave them alone. They gave you a warning. I'm sure there's warnings passed around. Yeah. This ain't the first time. They after school. So if they was at school, you already know the warnings probably got dished out and everything. And she decided she wanted to be big and bold and took her mama's car and decided to cruise to the neighborhood. You know what I mean? She thought they could gaslight her and tell her she gonna be able to do something. But man, as soon as you dip that block, you should just kept it pushing. When you see all them niggas like, nigga, I would have kept it pushing. I don't know. I would have just been like, I wouldn't been fucking around like fighting and shit. I'd be like, oh, what's cracking? Like, hey, let's hang out. Well, can we hang out? We was kicking it. Why couldn't we hang out? But I'm not a mother. I'm not a fearful motherfucker to go somewhere. I mean, but you know how to tread lightly though. Right. But then come on, man. I'm gonna move around. I ain't go. But that little broad came looking for some shit, and she got a handle to her. She was the bully. And then not only that, but the highlight of the motherfucking GoFundMe. Look, man, we ain't got our reparations yet, so why the fuck we looking at it?
Right.
On that bullshit. Fuck that broad, man. If anything, somebody need to go and give the little young sister some bread for having a future in boxing. Yes.
Right.
A future MMA fighter right there. For real. Yeah. Motherfucking Orishas and fucking Warriors. You know what I mean? She got the she said, "But you run." That's all I'm saying. So give that little girl some money and let her get a career on. For real.
Mm-hmm.
She don't be beating up men, fucking talking shit to her and shit. Just give that little girl some money and let her get a career. I'm sure she's gonna do something good with it. You know what I mean? Because the other little girl, well, God only knows. Shit, pull that fucking cord and see what happens. Whatever. You know what I mean? She should know better. I guess she learned. I guess she had to learn.
She learned that day. And now I see the damn coming. All right. So where this happened was directly across the highway from the hospital. Last time I was in St. Louis, which is in 2019. House was at the hospital right across the way. I thought that was interesting. I just looked it up. So it's like down there in Ferguson. It's either Ferguson or Jennings. But yeah, that white girl had it coming. And let this be a reminder to all, as I try to think that y'all gonna attack our children and think you're gonna get away with it. Them days are long over. And there will be consequences and repercussions for thinking with our people. So moving along, Shabaka, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you right here.
We're on to your president, sleeping Joe Biden.
What? My president? And, hiding, scrubbing Biden. You know what I'm saying? And then, just like I had mentioned earlier, having a conversation on Joe Gibson's show because Joe Gibson fell asleep, so me and Tave was talking.
Oh,
so you might want to pull the playback. But what it is man, we got to form organizations to protect ourselves, okay? Because here you are, a crime victim with 2 bullets in the ass, police gonna come up, they're gonna swear that you were the aggressor in the situation, but you got 2 bullets in your ass. Yeah, you see, the hypocrisy is real.
Yeah.
And Kamala Harris is a prime example of said hypocrisy.
Get no argument here, so
Yes,
moving
sir.
along. We're on the Sleepy Jim Crow biting.
Oh man, Sleepy needs to hang it up.
Sleepy Jim Crow biting is allowing the racists to weaponize the courts against us. Professor Black Truth was on hiatus for a week, so he's back.
What's up with the professor?
And this is his latest moment of truth that dropped yesterday now.
All right.
He says, why Biden lets racists weaponize the courts?
The professor, and this is the moment of truth. Okay, so did I miss anything? Of course not. When it comes to relevant information, the black media doesn't miss a trick. And I know that there are people who want my take on Don Lemonade's failed partnership with Elon Musk. I'll be giving him that work tomorrow. But for today, I want to address something else, and I think it may surprise you where this one is going. Now, recently, you've had a ruling from a judge out of Texas that has attacked a federal agency. Now, this federal agency is called the Minority Business Development Agency. It was created in the 1970s under the Nixon administration, believe it or not, and their purpose is supposed to be to help non-white groups get business funding, which of course they're not able to get because of racial discrimination. So because of all of these whites-only policies, all of these whites-only good old boy networks, the federal government decided to step in. At least that was the idea on paper. Now, this agency has been around for over a half century now. There's nothing new about it. It's not as if nobody knew about it. But what you have going on, of course, is the white rights would-be anti-black culture war, and this happens to be part of it. They are trying to attack private organizations who happen to give money to black groups, or if you have federal government organizations who do the same thing. Now, in holistic terms, this is basically a bunch of mega millionaires and billionaires who are using their money to fund these nuisance suits. And this is supposed to be nothing more than a feel-good exercise for them, because that's the entire point. But before we go any further, let's get one thing straight. The so-called Minority Business Development Agency doesn't just cater to minorities. Did you know that? It also accepts applications from and gives money to white applicants too. Now, white people are not minorities. In fact, this organization was created specifically because white people in America are the only ones, by and large, who can get their hands on any sort of business development money. Now, keep in mind, it was white businessmen who filed this lawsuit, and even wealthier white businessmen who are the ones behind all of these flurry of nuisance suits. So when you start talking about people being competitive in business, who do you think doesn't like that? The judge himself in this case admits that he knows full well that this agency has also catered to and given money to white applicants, but he says he wants it to serve people regardless of race, even though the agency is already doing exactly that. And just to show that this guy is clearly part of the white right agenda, he doesn't even bother to try to vary up the talking points. He claims the same thing that you've had the rest of these guys doing, saying that, well, the Constitution's Fifth Amendment equal protection guarantee means that this organization shouldn't exist because it presumes that racial minorities are inherently disadvantaged. Now, keep in mind, the judge didn't actually bother to say or to prove or to demonstrate or to document that minorities are not disadvantaged. He doesn't show that there's no opportunity gaps between whites and non-whites. He doesn't do that at all. Instead, he says something Fifth Amendment. Something inherently disadvantaged. Yes, sounds just like Ron DeSantis and the clowns down in Florida, doesn't it? That's how you know that these guys are all operating out of the same playbook. This is not just happenstance. Agencies like these came into being precisely because the courts have been a toilet of white right-wing extremist ideologues like this judge. The courts have been the main places where they have ignored the Constitution and they just hand down rulings based on their personal biases and prejudices, like with this case. And that's because these judges, they have their appointments for life. They're unelected. Yep. That means that they're not scared that the voters are going to put them out. And by and large, they're not scared of being punished either. That's a problem. This judge contradicts himself left and right. In one breath, he says that white applicants have to prove they're not advantaged. What he, of course, conveniently leaves out is that even the non-white applicants also have to prove that they need the money. See, that agency doesn't just hand out money or help to any and everyone. In fact, where black people are concerned, it's not doing that much to begin with. More on that in a moment. Now, the judge basically said, I'm white and I say so. He doesn't demonstrate that minorities are no more disadvantaged than whites. He doesn't say anything about that at all. His ruling is just verbal diarrhea that reads like a Stormfront or Yahoo comment section. Quotes like, 2 wrongs don't make a right, and the MBDA's racial presumption is a wrong, and that the agency's been using the unconstitutional presumption for 55 years too many. Today, the clock runs out. Does that sound like a judge explaining his ruling, or does it sound like some sawed-off right-wing nut auditioning for a segment on Fox News? I mean, these guys let it all hang out. They put on full display as far as they're concerned. This is the white lash. This is the evil empire striking back. That there has always been blatant, rampant, unquestionable racism and discrimination when it comes to business funding, especially from these banks. That's not even a question. Not too long ago, I documented on this very channel about how the U.S. federal government, of all places, successfully sued a number of banks due to redlining. These banks in the 2020s got caught, showing that they had their little maps and everything, and if you're black, you're not going to get any sort of loan from them. Part of the U.S. government's lawsuits against those redlining banks requires them to actually start doing right and actually start doing loans with non-white people. Though the government did go out of its way to specify that these banks need to make the effort to do business with non-English speakers, specifically those who speak Spanish. That was actually part of their settlement. So since redlining clearly hadn't gone away, you had federal regulators who made it clear that these banks are going to be required to do business with non-white people. And in a development that shocks absolutely no one, the banks are now suing the federal regulators and saying you're overstepping your bounds by telling us that we can't discriminate. Gee, maybe that little racist inbred down in Texas, someone should tell him about this. See, this is the reason why the Minority Business Development Agency exists. This is the reason why organizations like it were created and the legislation that went along with it, precisely because of these kind of policies, these kind of practices by the private sector, which the judge didn't have anything to say about. See, that's what they do when they tell their lies by omission. The judge didn't explain how the banks and such were doing right by black people. What the judge said instead was that white people are not inherently advantaged. That's what he was saying. That's lying by omission. He doesn't explain to you what it is that the banks are doing. He doesn't address any of that. He just pretends like none of that's happening. All that matters is what the federal government's doing. Federal government was making a response to the white supremacist discrimination and racism going on in the society. And we still see it today. Yeah. Here you have these white banks and organizations fighting for their right to racially discriminate. Where's Ed Blum at? Oh, that's right. Ed Blum works for the very millionaires and billionaires who are sitting here suing the government, who are saying we want to make sure that we can continue to discriminate with impunity. And you'll have judges like that little inbred down in Texas who will be saying, well, when you think about it, it's actually constitutional. Yeah. Or better yet, they'll just be remaining silent because this is the status quo that they want. That's what all of these little lawsuits that they've been filing have been geared toward. The entire problem that they had was that there was any sort of effort to try to, at least on its face, to balance the scales. And this is all about trying to push back against that, to impede that, to stymie that, to outlaw it. That's what they were trying to get to. This is what they're trying to support. But this judge doesn't say anything about that, does he? Of course not. He doesn't try to actually defend what he says. He just gives some verbal vomit and then moves on. But this clown is a Trump appointee. What do you expect? Team reflects leadership. This goofball wasn't put on the bench because he knows the law. Obviously, he doesn't. And he has nothing but contempt for the Constitution. He's on the bench because the white right 40 years ago embarked on this project to take over the federal judiciary as their last ditch. They did this as their plan to attack the few seeming reforms in regards to race that had taken place in America in the previous 20 years. See, the white right knew that they couldn't win at the ballot box or in the state legislatures. So trying to use right-wing extremists on the bench to legislate in the courtroom, this has been their strategy. Now, this ruling in practical terms doesn't mean an enormous amount because the agency already gives money to white applicants as it is. And the judge on this case acknowledged that. But as the white media admits, these lawsuits are not about what they seem to be about on the surface. They're part of a larger overarching agenda by the white right to blatantly, openly legalize anti-black discrimination. That's what this is actually meant to do. That's why they keep using the phrase, all of these non-white read black people, they're not disadvantaged at all. No one's disadvantaging them. And there's no, you can't say that you're disadvantaged or oppressed. That's the point that they're trying to reach. Because I think if they do enough rulings like that, then apparently that will make it where no one can say that except for them, which is the entire point. White supremacy believes in taking both sides of the conversation. Thank you, Neely Fuller. Yep. This lawsuit is one of the asinine anti-Black culture war suits that these white right lunatics have been pushing. I've told you that these are not the results of any grassroots actions. This is the result of wealthy white conservatives who are mega millionaires and billionaires, and they use their billions to invent these phony sock puppet groups who put out these lawsuits. This is how you get Christopher Rufo. He works for the Manhattan Institute, or Ed Blum, who is affiliated with a number of right-wing think tanks. And in this latest case of AstroTurf litigation, it's the result of a right-wing group out of Wisconsin calling itself the Institute for Law and Liberty. These guys have quite the sense of humor, don't they? They claim in the names of their little groups that they're about law when they're actually about ignoring the law. They're about liberty when they're actually about fascism and imprisoning people. These guys are all about subjugating the society, not freeing it. Now, normally these little right-wing sock puppet groups, they're not actually this far involved in these things, but you had a precedent that was set with the Koch brothers, with Citizens United. These white right billionaires, these oligarchs, these guys figured out decades ago that simply throwing millions of dollars at these politicians wasn't going to be sufficient to bring about the kind of societal changes that they wanted. They were going to have to actually take a hands-on approach and do this one personally. Now, these public policy institutes, normally what they do is they just manufacture so-called reports and documents that are nothing more than thinly veiled rubber stamping of their putrid ideology. They usually don't go this far, but the rich white ideologues who fund these organizations, they don't want to have to come out of the shadows and expose themselves because that makes them targets. But the problem is they fail to get things done. And on top of that, it's been the voters themselves who have been handing these guys so many L's. That's who this war is actually against. For the longest time, the white right in particular has griped that they simply can't get their way at the ballot box. Statewide referendums have become the bane of the GOP's existence, and I don't just mean the recent abortion state ballot initiatives either. In Michigan years ago, when the illegal and unconstitutional city manager scheme was first passed by the GOP-controlled legislature in that state, the voters of Michigan organized a ballot referendum in which they overthrew this would-be city manager scheme, which everyone recognizes as a city takeover scheme. But the GOP-controlled legislature came back immediately afterwards, and they passed the same law, or rather laws. They took the exact same idea, broke it up into pieces, and passed them individually to do the exact same thing. And the Obama administration did nothing about it. Also in Florida, voters there passed a state referendum removing the Jim Crow policy of preventing people who had been incarcerated from felonies from voting. This was in blood red Florida where this successfully happened. And the Republican-controlled legislature in Florida was furious with this development because their own Republican voters helped to pass a law that would make it harder for those very same Republicans to get into elected office. It would make it harder for them to maintain their artificial grip on power in that state. Of course, it was then DeSantis who in his first term introduced the scam of requiring that anyone who was reapplying for voter registration in Florida couldn't do so without paying all the state fees associated with their incarceration. So in these blood red states, the Republicans keep getting their teeth kicked in, and by their own voters in many cases. And this is why they've been on a jihad to get federal judgeships. And of course, to make sure that they put the youngest legal hacks that they can on the bench. That's what they've been trying to do. But there's also another aspect of this case that needs to be spoken about. Now, this organization claims to be all about minority business development. And Black people certainly are the object here. We're certainly the targets here. But when it comes to how this organization operates, we're not the subject. You see, in 2022, this agency said that it helped to raise more than $50 million for Black-owned businesses. But that was only a drop in the bucket compared to the over $395 million that it raised for Hispanic-owned businesses. Now, isn't that interesting? Although the number of Black and Hispanic residents in the U.S. is about the same, the federal government, however, helped to raise 8 times as much money for Hispanic businesses as for Black ones. Before anyone gets dewy-eyed about this agency, just keep in mind there is a case to be made that it racially discriminates, but it doesn't discriminate against white people. So as we saw with affirmative action, here you had yet another organization, in this case a federal agency, that makes sure that, oh, we're going to be helping out a lot of non-white people, but Black people are going to be at the very end of it. They'll get the crumbs that are left over. We got to prioritize everyone else. The entire reason that these organizations and agencies even exist is specifically because of the racism that Black people have faced. Black people are the ones who face redlining. Black people are the ones who have these bank managers and all of these executives at these lending institutions who brag they don't give money to Black people. And they also make it a point that they're going to be harming Black people's communities every chance they get, targeting us with the infrastructure. Every time they build a new highway, every time they build a new roadway, they make sure to run it straight through a Black neighborhood. And of course, Joe Biden, he decided there needed to be a massive infrastructure bill. Oh, by the way, when he made this organization permanent, that was part of the infrastructure bill. Kind of ironic, don't you think? But your so-called Minority Business Development Association gives the lion's share of its support and funding to anyone except for Black people. That's what you need to understand about this. This is why Claude Anderson said, don't be running around calling yourself a minority. We need to say specifically Black, because when you don't, when you decide that you're going to let yourself be put under the umbrella term of minority, this is what you get. It becomes the same old bait and switch, the same old scam. And even if you want to selectively overlook that, you still can't overlook the fact that this is not happening in a vacuum. This is happening actually with Democrat support. Things like the Fearless Fund are more targeted towards Black business owners. And yes, I'm aware of the faux feminist leanings of the Fearless Fund's leaders. They're certainly on that Black girls rock kick, and they push blatant gender division in the Black community. But my point is that for all their faults, it doesn't change the fact that they're not a clumsy front for another lift all boats scheme. And they're not governmental either. And yet you've had people like Ed Blum targeting them with lawsuits claiming that the money they give constitutes a contract. See, this is the white right trying to invent a flimsy legal pretense for a lawsuit. They know they don't actually have grounds for it, but they intimidate people. That's what it's actually about. Oh, these guys will gin up some nuisance suit against you, and it's going to cost a lot of money for you to predictably have them. I'm sure you'll beat them in court. It's going to cost you a lot of money. Meanwhile, the millionaires and mega billionaires that actually fund these little organizations that Ed Blum works for, these guys are getting all sorts of tax breaks, tax cuts, loopholes, tax deferments. The federal government's bending over backwards to fund these guys and make sure that they keep as much money as possible, which they then weaponize against the Black community. That's what these guys are actually doing. They know that that's what these lawsuits actually are. They also know that these things are in the long run damned to failure. There's nothing about the money that Freedom Fund gives that constitutes a contract to anyone. A contract is quid pro quo, something in return for something else. Fearless Fund's recipients aren't doing anything for Fearless Fund. They give them money simply because they're Black, which is their prerogative. They're a private entity. It's their money. Under Blum's asinine assertion, however, that's a contract. He also claims that a scholarship is a contract too. These are the lies and the flimsy pretenses that they're trying to use. And it's not that these judges don't know. It's that these people all work for the exact same white interest. These judges coming out of the Federalist Society, these are the same organizations funded by the exact same wealthy white ideologues who fund the Ed Blums and the Christopher Rufos, etc. This is about weaponizing lawsuits to intimidate and coerce people. That's what they hope to ultimately, that's the goal that they're trying to reach.
Correct.
Now, normally people like Blum would have been deemed vexatious litigants, which is what they are. There's a program at work here and both political parties are complicit. As we've seen nationwide, the white right's ability to win elections has gone from eroding to outright evaporating. We've also seen them put aside all pretense that they were anything other than white supremacists. They're lying huge, as Christopher Rufo himself admitted, and their plan was to install these far-right ideologues from the Federalist Society, which should be illegal in and of itself because they're clearly a political group who has taken an oath to ignore the law in favor of their own personal racial biases. That's the definition of political high-handedness when you do that stuff. And it's unconstitutional. It's against the law. And any of these judges who are part of the Federalist Society or have ever had any sort of associations with them, they should be impeached and removed from office on that basis. The Democrats could do it. And there would be very little risk that their own left-leaning judges would face any substantive widespread reprisals from the Republicans, because most of those left-leaning judges, they're not part of any sort of secret unconstitutional cabals. But the Democrats aren't going to do that because, as I've explained for 15 years now, the white left and the white right actually cooperate with and play off of each other, especially where Black people are concerned. The Republicans do white power's dirty work, and the Democrats try to trick you into sitting on your hands while they do it. As we saw with Joe Biden recently, you had that Supreme Court case dealing with police being sued for not giving someone their Miranda rights. Biden had no dog in that fight. That lawsuit was between a black immigrant and a Hispanic cop. The federal government was not a party to the case, but that didn't stop Biden from taking the almost unprecedented step of having his own Solicitor General write a court brief to the Trump-appointed dominated Supreme Court, telling them that the Biden administration wanted them to rule in favor of the police. When Biden said that he would have Black America's back, yeah, he meant that, because that's where he would put the knife. All of you Biden bots out there, this is what you voted for. Someone who will go to the mat to protect dirty cops and who will do and say nothing while the white right attempts to do an end run around the Constitution and the few meaningful laws that we've had passed to try to make some aspects of this country's operation resemble something like a democracy. You didn't see Biden or the Democrats upset about this ruling at all, did you? Even though it attacks the executive branch of government, that's Biden's branch. Why is Biden not bothered by this? Well, maybe it has something to do with the fact that in 2021, the year Biden took office, this same judge, Mark Pittman, was petitioned by President Biden to strike down one of the anti-abortion laws that had been passed in Texas. And in that ruling, Pittman wasn't bombastic or asinine with his wording. He was uncharacteristically subdued and reasonable. Now, this guy is racist trash who shouldn't be on the bench. But you see how you had two rulings by the exact same judge dealing with the exact same president. And although one of those rulings directly attacks Biden's administration directly, the White House doesn't seem bothered by it. Yeah, because Pittman can be counted on to rule the right way on things that actually matter to the white left. The United States has never had a democracy a moment in its existence, and it has been soaked in racism from before its founding. When some white right-wing racist tries to tell you the spiel about how racism isn't a problem, your first question should always be, tell me the exact year when racism ended in America.
Right.
And you can also tell me where in America racism is not practiced, where it doesn't exist.
Right.
They can tell you when the Emancipation Proclamation was passed. They can tell you when the Civil War ended, the dates of the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Act's passage. So it should be child's play for them to answer when racism ended, right? But they can't, because racism never has.
Exactly.
And for each and every law that was allegedly passed to address the oppression that we face, there has always been a tsunami of white legislation to attack those laws and undermine them. See, that's a crucial point that's never mentioned when some Ben Shapiro or Thomas Sowell wannabe trots out the old, oh, but we dealt with racism a long time ago line. This country has been saying that for 150 years, and it's never been true even once. Right. So when this judge claims that two wrongs don't make a right, he's ignoring that the wrong is the historical legislative oppression that we've had to contend with and that he is a part of. I want you to remember this case going into the election. You're going to have a lot of bought and paid for Negroes online and on the air trying to tell you Biden's done so much for black people and why if you let that mean old Trump get back into the White House, the Republicans are going to have a free hand and they're going to use it to roll back every alleged beneficial government program, initiative, and policy that's ever been passed. Well, tell me something. How is that any different than what Biden's doing right now? Right. Remaining silent as he has with this case, or worse, using the bully pulpit of the presidency to promote and advocate for legal rulings meant to target us, as he did with that Miranda case. How is any sort of alleged bad dealing from Trump different than what Biden's doing now? Now, this is not to say that Trump is better than Biden. He's not. And that's the point. Right. You're not choosing the lesser of two evils. You're just choosing evil. You see Republicans across the board doing this culture war crap, all of this message legislation, and you don't see Democrats anywhere saying, wait a minute here, you're attacking the base of our party. You're attacking the black community here. So we're going to start passing laws specifically meant to target you. You don't see any sort of legislative reprisals or retaliation on their part. And that's deliberate. See, when it comes to abortion, they go to the mat. We're going to have statewide referendums in these red states. Oh, they become fearless about it. When it came to gay marriage, they reached across the aisle and said, well, we got to get that gay marriage law passed. But when it comes to black people, crickets.
Yep.
When someone says they've got your back, that also means they don't let people think they can just attack you. Everyone knows that these nuisance suits by these right-wing think tanks are actually attacks on the black community. Everyone knows that. But your Democrats, your so-called president, won't even call this out, and neither will these mouthpieces for him. And the people who get upset about these lawsuits, they tend to get upset about the wrong things. See, if Biden ever does decide to lower himself to commenting on this, what he and his little Negro sock puppets will do is say, well, look, Biden made this organization permanent. He made the agency permanent, and he put some money behind it, and see, he's doing this for you. I've already explained to you. They do very little for Black people. This agency spends the bulk of its time and its resources making sure that everybody else is taken care of. They ignore Black people by and large. So when they come up to you and say, oh, we're going to be lifting all boats. This is what they're talking about. Everybody else is going to be having a yacht, and you're going to be having a dinghy raft. If that, more than likely, you'll have a life preserver with a hole in it.
Yeah.
That's what the actual lift all boats means. And this is the reason why you need the Black media.
Right.
Not just telling you what's happening, but also peeling back the layers so you can understand the reality of what of your interest is truly at stake. And while you have every right to be outraged about these legislative attacks because we know that Black people are the targets of them, just keep in mind, your Democratic leadership is not doing anything about it. Your Congressional Black Caucus, where the hell are they at to tell Biden, if you don't start moving against this, in fact, to tell Hakeem Jeffries, supposed to have a Black man who's supposed to be the leader of the Democratic Party in Congress now, and he's not even saying boo about this. What does that tell you? As far as they're concerned, there's a very beneficial purpose that's being served by allowing the Republicans to carry out these attacks against the Black community, because the Black community has become disobedient. We've been making demands that are putting pressure on white supremacy, so they're going to need the Republicans to go ahead and do the dirty work of pushing back against the Negroes. That's what this is actually about. Well, believe it or not, the Black community actually gets to have a say in this too. We have a ruling of our own that gets handed down when these kind of things happen.
Yeah.
And when it comes to our rulings, there's no appeal.
That's right.
Good day. And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Bo Eldridge McLean.
Yeah, thank y'all for like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Shabaka, are you still with us? Shabaka done passed out too.
Sad state of affairs with you two.
Shabaka?
Yeah.
Sleep.
No, I'm right here.
Hey, Shabaka.
Yeah. Every eye closed, ain't
You're sleeping with the camera on. To my sister.
I got the camera
That's
on.
fucked up, cuz that's really fucked up. I'm the only one in here just paid attention. Y'all taking fucking naps and shit. It's fucked up.
Shit, taking naps.
Jeff with the camera off. To my sister busted him.
Oh, how did she bust your camera?
She gotta go through the front room to leave.
Oh, that's fucked up.
I was resting my eyes.
Like, man, I'm the only motherfucker on camera. Are you serious?
I was resting my eyes.
And you over there eating pistachios and passing out and shit. So that happens when you come too late, man.
Yeah.
It's always the same story with you.
Oh my God. What are your thoughts about this?
My thoughts on what?
Oh my God. Biden letting the racists weaponize the courts.
Oh man, well see, Biden, man, he's full of shit. He has
the state, man. She put the man grip on it.
Yeah.
Thing, man. Can you open this while you're sitting there? Go ahead.
Yeah, but the thing is about hiding Biden, the motherfucker, man, is older than old itself. The motherfucking senile. He needs to hang it up. But what the problem is that you're gonna have Kamala as your president. And believe me, people, you don't want that broad for your president at all. She is dangerous. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. We listen, Shabaka.
Yeah, in other words, vote wisely or stay at home. I'm going to be on the couch, probably playing some dominoes or something. You know what I mean? And then I'm going to look at all these sad ass motherfuckers who got the vote over Biden didn't win. Biden didn't win. So what they need to do is delay all those court days from Donald Duck's appearance to his first one, right? And then, let that motherfucker go up there and do Trump. Let him do his thing, because Trump is full of shit, and he represents the silent majority of white folks in America.
Yep.
White folks in America.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That is correct, Shabaka. Okay. So moving right along, this lady Shay has something.
are you gonna come back on camera?
Yes.
I keep the eyes on you, man, because you fall asleep. I can't run the show. I'll click out.
Go ahead.
Biden lets racist weaponize court. Well, yeah. It's nothing new. I mean, this is just a lot of racism, white supremacy. And no matter what happens, I don't understand why anybody would give him the vote, considering everything that we know and what we're watching. And if you like losing money and getting everything, replaced, and you really ain't got shit, you ain't going nowhere, and nothing's really happening for us, I guess then we can just keep putting them in the office. This pandering, again, they're not asking real black people what they want or what they think. So it's already kind of selected and picked out for you. It's just another tactic, another racist fucking tactic. Is he gonna get away with it? Yeah. So you do a whole purge of the whole fucking shit. I mean, it's the way it's gonna be.
So the statement needs to go.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of motherfuckers that just need to go. A lot of motherfuckers just been sitting there, just taking up airspace in a seat. And
Some judges, a lot of them judges are voted in, minus the Supreme Court. Them judges are voted in, and what these goddamn judges are.
Yeah. I like Professor Black Truth. So.
Yeah, welcome back, Professor Black Truth.
No, the professor's back on. All right.
Yeah, it was a good one.
All right, so moving along. Nobody has nothing else.
Nope.
Tyson controversial move to hire migrants.
It's nothing new. I mean, like for me, the fact that this is like the second time in like 2 years that we're hearing about it. I mean,
ladies and gentlemen,
it's the same motherfuckers that the brothers had to go ahead and call had to make the ICE call so they can get in there and get some jobs. So
and now laying them brothers off.
What's good for the goose, good for the gander, brothers. Get on your day job.
And now laying those brothers off and putting
get your jobs back, because this shit is fucked up. And if you gotta work so hard to make a living for your family, your wife, your children, they should not get it easy just because you're fleeing one of them countries. This isn't Haiti. You're not Haitian. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, kind of a little special place in Haiti for, a little place in my heart right there for the Haitians right now. So
shout out to you.
Yeah, so like I got a little special place right there. Just that they can get some asylum and some goodies and housing and all that good shit. They can amongst other certain other little countries. I just Tyson's also the dude Tyson. He was caught sleeping in a motherfucking white lady's bed when he was drunk, acting stupid. He's like the heir or some shit. And he never stepped down. You know what I mean? That was on cops.
Oh yeah.
He was in his boxers in some lady's house, sleep in her bed. She called the T's on him. And I think that was the same week the motherfuckers. All of a sudden, all the brothers were over there filling out applications to go work at the plant.
Yep.
Because it's all of a sudden empty of children and migrants.
Yep.
Got children over there working the machines. You know what I mean? Worse than Amazon. There are children over there making them big ass soft cookies and shit that you like so much.
Oh.
Yep. The little children's hands up in the machines and shit, making shit and just doing all the labor because it's. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why, but it's really fucked up shit. Because people know and they're not doing nothing about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They know. They literally know. How can you not know when you got a 12-year-old motherfucker all up in your poultry machine, He's smaller than all the other people, and they're sleeping on cots in the back and shit. How do you not know? It's stupid.
All right, so you're gonna give us the update. Go.
Gentleman Tyson laying off U.S. workers and bringing in migrants.
Fuck Tyson chicken anyway.
If you didn't know what the plan was, now you know what it is.
Now you know what it is.
So no longer are they going to pay
that chicken that got injected, right?
30, 40, and 50 an hour. They're going to cut that in half or even less and pay these migrants not probably under half of the salary they're paying Americans.
Yep.
So if you didn't know what the Democratic plan is, now you know what it is.
Yep.
It's going to be next to impossible for Americans to get in these big manufacturing jobs before it's all said and done. I know what I'm talking about. They're going to push all of these American workers out, bring these migrants in. They don't care about you.
Nope.
Okay, big baby. You ain't got to work in them factories.
They don't care about you at all.
Go ahead. Do something else with
It's
your
going to
time.
be tough luck for you.
They don't even let them go to the restaurant. They don't even let them take sick time off.
We have gone through job loss to foreigners before. If you remember, back during the Clinton years, jobs were outsourced.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes you had to train the person that was going to take your job.
I still get mad when a
And a
foreigner
lot of
answers.
times they were foreigners that
I
they
still
brought
give
in.
a hard time.
Yeah.
There were many people that had to train their replacement.
Please pass me somebody's.
And they outsourced
I'm sure they don't
all
work.
these jobs that were once here in America.
I don't speak whatever that is you're speaking.
And that
Say.
went
What you're
on
saying.
for several and India, places
Oh, that's worse.
came back to U.S. soil. So now
Probably
they're
on the
not even going to bother sending jobs overseas. They're just going to push American workers out and bring in the cheap labor.
That's
Migrants.
what the Negro Whisperer said.
Yep.
And you watch, they're going to help them probably get their American citizenship
Negro Whisperer said it.
with all kinds of perks.
They want it so bad, let it happen.
Yep.
I bet you they'll end up with more perks than the American workers received.
You ain't gonna get no you ain't gonna come off with no union or nothing. It's gonna be working and working and working, and you're gonna be content with it. Go ahead. It's okay, baby. You have plenty of time to build some other shit.
Week, Tysons Foods announced that it will be permanently closing its pork factory in Perry, killing around 1,200 jobs in a town of just 8,000 people. So as Perry residents struggle to cope with mass layoffs.
Yeah. Okay. And there's probably nothing going on in that little
has its eyes on a different class of workers. The crowd like Facebook, you see a worker you like, tap, hire. They even had a job fair.
Oh yeah, man.
Wow.
Who you telling?
So you're at a Tyson fair. Asylum seeker.
Pretty soon it's gonna be motherfuckers divesting from us and
gone through their various details of their application. Many of them, 17 that I was there, and then another 70 weeks later, went off to Tennessee to go start their new jobs as Tyson production workers.
Tyson's all illegal alien workers. And time off to attend immigration hearings. In 2034, of course. They're firing Americans and offering perks to illegals. This was the Democrat plan all along.
And open jobs today. Wow. I have 5,000 farm jobs that I need filled so we can plant the crops.
Vegetables would rot in the ground if it weren't
if they weren't being
Them little old white people don't look adorable at all.
Immigrants.
He looks like a little old turtle.
Illegal immigrants.
You see even in Florida, some of the farmers and the growers saying
A very Ohio Senator, author of Hillbilly
Yes,
Energy,
most
J.D.
people
Vance,
like
joins us
part
now.
of it,
I didn't think it was legal.
Remember she was all
Senator,
tired last year. She looked all
axe
old.
American workers and hire en masse illegal aliens.
Yeah. After her husband got beat up
Well,
with
it
the
shouldn't be, Jesse, and we're certainly going to look into whether we can change that, assuming
like that was
Tyson
all
is
propaganda.
operating legally, which we don't even know if they are. We don't know the details of this. All we know, Jesse, is that they are firing American workers and hiring illegal aliens.
Remember
to
the police
replace
is
them.
just standing
This
around
is the
watching it happen?
entire
Hey, that's
point
the
of
you
illegal
maybe your
immigration, and
local
Republicans
legislature
have
for
got
that,
hammered this
cuz
point home. It reduces the wages of American workers by replacing American citizens with foreign labor.
It's a real problem. In a small town like that,
who are
yeah.
willing to work at home. What this means?
Slave wages. We didn't even get paid, so we're still waiting on our reparations, right?
Right.
So just
It's
call
all
it cheap labor.
American is replaced with an illegal immigrant. It means that an American family loses a good family supporting wage. It means that American companies are literally replacing our own citizens with people who will work for slave wages. That is not capitalism or a market economy, Jesse. That is the decimation of the American middle class via illegal immigration, and it's happening all over the country.
And this poor town's going to get slaughtered. All of those people laid off in such a small town, it's just going to have such a tremendous impact. Are they getting around it legally by saying we're not hiring illegal aliens, we're hiring asylum seekers? Is that how they do it?
One of the ways that they do it, Jesse, and we know that the Biden administration has made it easier to basically pretend that economic migrants are asylum.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid. It don't matter how you dress it up with. Stupid.
It's one of
Dumb
the
as hell.
reasons why
Silent.
we have to change our asylum laws in this nation. But
helps
Jesse, think about how much of a contrast is going to American workers. You had wages rising under the Biden economy.
Shit,
You have
these
those
motherfuckers don't
American
they don't have no strikes no more.
workers getting fired and replaced with job.
Fuck you and your strikes. We're just gonna replace you with these motherfucking migrants that don't have much.
100% job creation under the Biden administration has gone to the foreign born.
This is what you did for showing your ass for 3 years.
So
I fucked up. Jesse. Get off the Wi-Fi. Get off your hotspot. Look, family, I'm just gonna say it like this. Before you thought you were gonna get replaced with a fucking AI robot at Amazon. Now you're gonna get replaced with motherfucking immigrant illegals, right? It don't matter how they dress it up, right? And then think about it like this: sooner or later, you keep fucking around, you're pretty soon your mate is gonna divest with an Afro Latino cut. so you keep fucking around with your FBA mate, and she gonna leave you. He gonna leave you for an Afro Latino Latina. Hey, there goes the American dream right there. So I mean, there was like no more strikes, you motherfuckers right here. You just holy toady motherfuckers out showing your ass for 3 years while they fucking striking better wages and goddamn these motherfuckers are gonna ask for shit. Matter of fact, they're gonna work extra hard and pee in their fucking uniforms, but they gonna spell out this chicken, right? Right? This chicken while you over there fucking complaining and want to go to the bathroom and fucking, don't want to work when you're pregnant and I don't know what else. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, right? And then on top of that, I'm gonna keep fucking around with your mate, and your mate's gonna fucking leave you for a motherfucking Afro Latino.
Oh my god!
Just off the fucking jungle route, off the Biden Express.
Oh my god!
Right?
All right, let me finish the video, ladies.
Real shit, man. And you're gonna be like, well, shit. He didn't want to give me he didn't want to respect me. He didn't want to have a home or team build with me. And she gonna be like, That's what she gonna say, and he gonna be like, she didn't want to cook for me or take care of my basic emotional needs so I could fuck off. So I went and got me a Afro Latina chick. I went and got me a husband. That's how it's gonna work. Is that what you want, family? Is that what you want, Black family? That's the fear right there. I'm about to get everybody about to be switching up and divesting into Afro Latinos and motherfucking slave labor for the low, just because they got the privilege to work now, and your ass been here for fucking 40-something years, and here you are, unhappy and don't want to do nothing in motherfucking hot ass sweatshop factories, handing out this motherfucking ticket. Don't want to put your fucking nice little clean hands in these machines to get mangled up and shit. You want to go home at a normal hour. God damn it. No. No. We want motherfuckers to stay up all night, fucking working 12, 14 hours a day. And they want to have families and build shit. So, it's all bad for us now. We really got to pay attention. What we gonna do? This is worse than Trump fearmongery. The fact that your mate will leave you for an Afro Latino that just came out of the motherfucking Biden Express over on a motherfucking boat, took all these fucking routes to get here, right? They crawled through a little miniature fence and shit and goes over here, right? With no motherfucking pass. Yeah, that's the way the world is about to look. And we were worried about the motherfucking robots. We were worried about the AI robots.
We need to be worried about them too.
We were worried about the wrong shit at this point. Like, if that don't scare you to fucking want to, do FBA things with your FBA mate in your FBA job, I don't know what the fuck will. I don't know what the fuck will.
Let me finish the video while you change.
Illegal aliens. We're hiring asylum seekers. Is that how they do it?
Well, that's one of the ways that they do it, Jesse. And we know that the Biden administration has made it easier to basically pretend that economic migrants are asylum seekers. It's one of the reasons why we have to change our asylum laws in this nation. But Jesse, think about how much of a contrast this presents between the Trump economy and the Biden economy. If you go back to the Trump economy, you had American jobs going to American workers. You had wages rising. Under the Biden economy, you have those American workers getting fired and replaced with foreign labor. This is not an exaggeration. All net job creation, Jesse, you heard me right, 100% of net job creation under the Biden administration has gone to the foreign born. So we are taking an economy that produced prosperity for American citizens and turning it into an economy that produces prosperity for people who probably shouldn't be here in the first place. And I bet you know what Tyson isn't doing, Jesse? I bet they're not drug testing the illegal immigrants who are coming in. I bet they're not asking whether they're bringing fentanyl or drugs into that small town with them. This is the end of the American dream if we let this stuff happen. We've got to reelect Donald Trump, and we've got to get congressional Republicans with some spine to push back against this stuff.
I don't know about the election of Donald Trump. I'm just saying,
So
man.
you heard it. Now they're praying for Trump to get in office. But ladies and gentlemen,
can he really get in?
this is what happens when you have a president that will let people come across the border, and then you got these big manufacturers that can't wait to dump off these American workers so they can bring in a house full of migrants.
Oh man, I can't wait till the RVA comes out.
You're going to see this happening all over the country. You watch. They're going to get every sector that they can get their hands on and put these migrants in. You know what? They were talking about they're not going to care about drug testing. That's not the only thing. They're not going to care about education.
They're going to drug test us for getting food stamps.
I doubt if they do much of a background check on these people because they really can't anyway. They can give them any old name, even if it's Tyson Foods.
Foreign cheers matter.
They're not going to do, they're going to overlook a lot of things that they require of Americans that they won't do with these workers. They're not going to have to go through a credit check, no background check, no drug check, no drug testing. They're going to just throw them in there and let them work. That's what they're going to do.
Yep.
Tomorrow I'm gonna do a test. I wonder if I press all the Spanish buttons. I
They're
wonder if I
not going to
get.
have to go through none of the red tape
None.
that Americans go through to get on these jobs.
No, they're gonna test us for food stamps though.
They won't care about you. They won't care if you're suffering. They won't care if your family is suffering and you can't afford things anymore.
Hey man, they're gonna
They're
wonder
not
why
gonna
you're stealing from Walmart again.
This is why these rich
It's
folks,
a nonsensical question at this point.
they're dying for these folks to be coming into the
Why
country.
you got stealing? I'm like,
That's
for
one
real?
thing I notice that stands out more than
Slap yourself
anything.
3 times on the
You
tray if you really
always see the working class people raising issue with it, but your
and I got and they
rich,
try to charge me $2
elite
to
kind of
park my wheels
people,
in the parking lot.
they never complain about these illegals coming across the border because they know they can get them to work for practically nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta blame your local legislation.
And they're talking about American dream. Well, for them, yeah, you know, for these illegals, oh yeah, it's definitely an American dream for them.
Like family where
But for the U.S. worker working in these big manufacturing companies, it's going to be a nightmare for you.
We better pull our shit together. I'm serious.
Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification.
They'll be making all the bread, no taxes. You know what I mean? And then motherfucker be thinking, "Hey, man, I don't want to pay no motherfucking taxes. I guess I better leave my FBA mate and fucking go ahead and find me a motherfucking Biden expressor."
Mm-hmm. All right.
More words. Calling it now.
Shabaka.
She's asleep. You hear him lightly snoring over there?
Yeah.
Listen carefully. It's like a low rumble. Shabaka.
Paige and Shabaka.
Paige and Shabaka. Nope, he's out for the count. You might as well just go ahead and let him go to sleep.
Thank you, Shabaka.
I knew that wasn't gonna last long.
Bit our West Coast correspondent. Good night.
Good night, Shabaka.
Okay, so we're down to the last 2 topics of the night, Lady J.
Thank God.
And that is the illegal migrant in Unhoused Neighbor News.
Mm-hmm.
And the illegal migrant in Unhoused Neighbor Suites.
Oh my God.
So we're gonna start with your boy Cash Jordan. So,
That's not here.
well, while I'm pulling up here, go over what's happening in New York right now.
I like Cash Jordan. Yeah,
Eric Adams is having migrant remorse now.
That's been all year. But when he went on that tour and they had them and then motherfucking signs in English, you knew it was a bad sign.
It begins. NYC regrets accepting migrants.
I'm ashamed of our shit. I'm not really. I got questions, and I was hoping they were going to let it. Were we even on the list?
Yes. 19 and 20.
I'm like, did they skip me for Robert Bailey after Robert Bailey?
No, we were 19 and 20.
Oh, so that person did have to go.
Mm-hmm.
They're fucking up our routine. We go after Robert Bailey.
Usually, yeah. But not today.
Did you see how that last motherfucker tried to throw in Martin Luther King on his motherfucking propaganda?
Oh, God.
So I was like, God, man, this needs to stop. It's a relatable situation right here.
They're trying to get us to pick a side. And
it's Chicano season. I was like, what happened to St. Patty's Day?
They did that the previous week.
There was Chicano highlights.
Yeah, because Cesar Chavez Day is next week.
I was like, dude, what the fuck happened to St. Patty's Day?
That was Saturday, Sunday.
Oh, but it's Monday. Like, you still acknowledge St. Patty's Day.
No,
Not that I really gave a fuck. I was just like,
they did that a week prior.
whack. They're all fucked up. See, you see how they're promoting their agendas little by little, creeping out and just highlighting their own peoples.
Yep.
Little by little.
Mm-hmm.
So the only one who isn't doing it is the other two.
Yep.
I was like, man.
All right, so Cash Jordan will give us an update on what's happening in New York. With New York regretting accepting the migrants.
180,000 people have come to New York City seeking asylum, but although the city initially promised to take care of everybody, some officials are now having second thoughts about that decision for some reason.
Police body cam video just released of the attack of 2 NYPD officers near Times Square.
Mayor Adams is taking a look at the city's sanctuary laws to address the migrant crisis. He's focused on crime and public safety.
We can't have these small number of migrants and asylum seekers hide under the law that there's nothing you can do about it.
This network of thieves predominantly live in the migrant shelter system. They use social media platforms to organize and coordinate their thefts.
The increase in crimes committed by migrants has some wondering if bills signed into law that prevent the NYPD from cooperating with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement should be reconsidered.
These sanctuary city policies are ridiculous. They're impeding our law enforcement and our officials, and by consequence, they're making all of us less safe.
You don't say. You don't say.
So a bunch of strange things are happening with the asylum crisis here in the city, which are causing the city's leaders to rethink whether or not New York should remain a sanctuary for immigrants who may face discrimination. And there have been several high-profile attacks on police. And for the first time in a long time, that's got people asking, what are we doing? But even though some officials are changing their mind over this, nobody's talking about how the city's handling of this crisis may have made things worse and may be leading to the exploitation of the very same people it's supposed to be helping.
We can't have these small number of migrants and asylum seekers hide under the law that there's nothing you can do about it because you cannot tell ICE.
Speaker Adams.
So Mayor Adams, a 22-year former NYPD veteran, coming out hard against sanctuary status. But Mayor Adams has two big problems. And the first of those is that criminals are coming here specifically because it allows them to hide in plain sight. But the second problem's even worse.
We are not considering laws, changes to laws. These laws have been in effect for decades.
New York City Council Speaker.
So the city council firing back, saying that we shouldn't change the sanctuary city laws because they're very old and they've been around for a long time, and that's the sign that they should be with us forever. Can you imagine if we applied that logic to every law America had ever had? But the city council speaker then goes on to make a point that sounds radical. However, hidden underneath it is the real problem New York is facing.
People are penned up in hercs, in other places, in respite centers with nothing to do.
So these are hercs. They're called humanitarian emergency relief centers. We're talking a lot of beds and a big tent somewhere. But she's right, there's nothing humane about these places. The bathrooms are located in trailers parked underneath a separate tent outside. But the problem is New York's out of money, and these are the only housing solution the city can afford. And the point that the city council is missing and that nobody else is talking about is that New York City's solutions to the problems that it's facing might be making all of them worse. Which means the city council's right. As controversial as sanctuary city laws are, they are not New York City's real problem right now. No, critics say the real problem is New York City's right to shelter rules, which guarantee everyone who comes here a free place to stay, because those rules are a source of total exploitation for the very people they're supposed to help. Critics say those rules are why homelessness is increasing, and why gang activity is increasing along with it, and why many migrants and asylum seekers are trapped in an endless cycle of poverty they can never escape from. And that happens to everyone because everyone who comes here for a spot in a shelter gets kicked out because they're maxed out.
Migrants, officials say, were living illegally in the two-story building on Kingsbridge Road. Building inspectors, along with the FDNY, discovering 44 beds crammed together in the cellar and first floor. I just came out of...
So this is the first of many different ways asylum seekers are exploited by the city and the migrant industrial complex. But the fact that people who get kicked out of a shelter and can't get back in have to pay money to live in a dangerous basement that doesn't have adequate fire safety measures in place, people's lives are at stake here. Also, someone can break the law and make $300 a month per person. But as we'll soon see, there are much more frightening ways the asylum seekers are being exploited, because if you come to New York City to take advantage of right to shelter, you will be forced into the criminal underworld, or at least confronted by it very soon after you arrive. And what's worse is it's been revealed gang leaders are starting to recruit in the city's shelters. And that's not the only controversial way the city may be aiding criminals. And that's because progressive local organizations that are sympathetic to accused criminals are supporting them financially.
Since being indicted on second-degree assault last week, he was ordered held on $15,000 bail for a second time. A Brooklyn pastor previously paid the bail. More than a dozen immigration advocates showed up to support Burrito Tuesday.
So this particular court case, this is telling, and it reveals a lot about where the opposition to changing any of New York City's laws is really coming from. Look at all the people that were in that courtroom. It wasn't empty. This gentleman was arrested after the attack on police officers last month. Plus, he had 2 other pending cases and was deemed a flight risk. But a local church paid his $15,000 bail so that he could go free. And this place says it's a sanctuary church. On top of that, polling shows most New Yorkers support right to shelter. But what critics say they don't understand is that by offering asylum seekers right to shelter, they're inviting vulnerable people into a system that is set up to ruin their lives. And the problems people experience start immediately after they move in.
Gotta have a little music with it.
Yeah. So here we are by one of the city's emergency shelters. And even though it's a former luxury hotel and one of the better establishments, moving into this place isn't going to do you any favors. And that's because everyone who moves in ends up getting evicted at some point. Because although this place has over 1,000 rooms, it's still not enough space to house everybody who's come to New York City requesting right to shelter. And nobody's talking about the real reasons why this system is unsustainable. First of all, the mayor says he needs $4.6 billion for the next 6 months, which means this year the whole crisis will cost around $10 billion. Money the city doesn't have. And unless New York somehow finds a way to access unlimited money, there will not be unlimited housing. And right to shelter is always going to be temporary.
What do we do? Immigration advocates gathered on the steps of City Hall in support of legislation that would prohibit implementing caps on shelter stays for New Yorkers experiencing homelessness. That includes asylum seekers. A shelter system.
So the reason right to shelter advocates want a system that offers unlimited housing is because they understand that the temporary nature of this is the problem. A long-term solution would help people get better established and would protect them. But critics say the money for that will never exist, which is why even families with children are having to be evicted. Single adults get kicked out after 30 days. Families have a 60-day time limit. The city says this is done to free up bed space for new arrivals. And of course, whenever the city moves someone out of the shelter, they claim it as a victory. That person has now learned to self-sustain. But the reality is that the city doesn't keep track of what happens to people after they leave. They could be anywhere, and critics say the fate that befalls someone who gets kicked out, it puts them in a terrible position. This article says that half the families who get kicked out never end up coming back to the shelter system. And that's especially scary when you consider that over 180,000 have come here, but only 65,000 remain in the city's shelters. That's 80,000 people who are gone, and nobody knows where they are. But before we get into the scary reality of what happens to those who leave the shelters, consider the immense challenges that people living in the shelters face. They're in a new country where they don't speak the language and they don't have approval to work legally. How does that person leave and provide for themselves? After they move out of the shelter, they're still going to be relying on somebody else to pay for everything. And to a lot of folks, that's either the government or a gang member. Or worse, they themselves end up moving into a life of crime.
Police say a ringleader of the group has been recruiting migrants who recently arrived in the city to do his dirty work.
They're using stolen mopeds to ride up behind innocent New Yorkers to steal their cell phones.
So this gang member, he was running an operation that involved people using mopeds to snatch handbags and phones from unsuspecting New Yorkers all over town. And not only did he have operations in New York and in Miami, apparently many of those he recruited had residences in the New York City shelter system. And when arrested, the leader of this gang said that the problem with organized crime is much bigger than him. And he's right about that, because the shelter system itself gave him an unlimited number of people he could approach to recruit into his operation, because it's trapping people, and so is he. And although many asylum seekers just want a better life after becoming trapped in the shelters, to many, crime seems like the only way out. And that's why the next person on our list was able to illegally exploit so many of the people that were living in buildings just like this. So this might not look like much, but it's an abandoned storefront. There are thousands of these throughout the city, and they're part of the problem too. Because recently, criminals have been using these abandoned facilities as unofficial shelters. They throw down a bunch of beds in an old restaurant or an old furniture store, and then start charging people to live inside these illegal dwellings. And remember, the city has a missing, vanishing population of around 100,000 people. That's a massive illegal market for housing. The gang leader, for example, he had a network of illegal apartments all over town that he was letting people stay in as long as they would join his gang and commit crime so that he could earn money and afford the place where they live. And in the shelters, you've got many people who are young, they're idle, they can't work, they can't earn a living, and he's saying, hey, just work for me for a little bit, and then you can leave and go live a normal life afterwards. And at best, the people who end up leaving the shelter system are looking at a very long road to legal self-sufficiency if they can even work for a living. This article mentions that many asylum seekers illegally work under the table, and that's probably not a high enough paying endeavor for someone to afford New York City rent. After all, rents here are some of the highest in the entire country, recently peaking at $5,600 a month, which is why some people were found sleeping in cars outside of the very shelters they were evicted from. And that's why to many, living in an illegal storefront that could be dangerous is their best option.
He's been asked to stay out until city orders to vacate are completed, but Imusar is giving us a look through the front glass and into what housing dozens of migrants over the last several months looked like.
With me, they were happy.
He says it's
so the person running this operation, he was making tens of thousands of illegal dollars a month. And this is what these abandoned commercial spaces are like. They're very bare bones, there's pipes, and these places do not have adequate fire systems at all. But if you're a criminal and you know of one of these that's empty and hidden, there's gonna be a temptation to fill it up with a bunch of beds, especially if people are asking you if you know of a place to stay. One of his shelters had enough beds in it for 74 people to call it their residence. And it's frightening to imagine the tragic loss that would have occurred had there been a fire, because everyone there was reportedly charging their e-bike batteries at once.
then the same kind of call came from a child.
You might need to come back here real quick.
So I said, okay, you know what, I'll find him a space to give them a bed with my cousin. So this is how we started.
First, it's just a relative asking if you know of an extra place to put a bed. Then word spreads, everyone's asking you the same question, with some people even offering to start paying you. And in a city with a lot of commercial vacancy, I find it hard to believe the landlords weren't in on these schemes as well. Look at this little place, ground floor, lots of space in the back away from the windows. Plus, it's got the security gate. You'd probably keep that closed at all times. And then you could use the side entrance through the apartment building to get in. Apparently, the mastermind was charging $300 a person. He had 74 beds in one location, 40-something beds in another location, which is like over $30,000 a month in income between the two establishments.
Next, he turned to a space he rents in Queens.
I'm willing to take the consequences.
Sar says he's doing it to help his people during the migrant surge that has put pressure on city resources.
And you know something? There's no way this one guy that they caught with two places is the only one in New York using these empty spaces for this purpose. And I'm not saying he's innocent, but the city's right to shelter system enabled all this. It brought thousands of people here and then made them homeless, quickly forcing them into this guy's apartments. And remember, these aren't people who can legally work. $300 a month was probably all the money that they had. And even if they do have work authorization, we're probably not talking about employment at Goldman Sachs, because the sad reality is that many of these folks have come here with an incredibly limited skill set that is further limited by language barriers and education. And the thing nobody's talking about is, even though the invitation to come to New York, seek asylum, and get a place to stay is done in the name of compassion, the results aren't anything you'd wish on your worst enemy. So the real issue for New York City is that a system of exploitation exists, not because we don't want to do the right thing for people that are here and need our help. It's because it's impossible to do the right thing for an unlimited period of time for an unlimited number of people, according to critics. Advocates of right to shelter rightly point out that it does keep people from living on the streets, but it doesn't help people get apartments of their own. And after 30 days, people wind up on the street if they're a single adult, which means we're essentially talking about a Band-Aid type solution here. It solves the problem initially, but then it falls off and the problem underneath hasn't totally healed yet. And critics say the city's current policies do not put people on a path to success or the American dream. City council's aware of this. That's why they don't care if sanctuary city policies remain. And even they understand that the system in place is failing the very people it's supposed to protect, and it also may be exploiting them with the help of the local government. And that's because the city is now teaming up with some of the worst landlords in town to put shelters in unsafe, dangerous locations. And they're doing it while working with nonprofits who then turn around and lease properties from those landlords under the guise of humanitarian aid. And it's recently been exposed that a landlord with a long history of property violations recently purchased a property that the city then suddenly agreed to allow to become a shelter after the prior owners tried to turn that building into apartments and were denied more than 20 years ago. The property sits on a toxic site called New York's Gowanus Canal, which may be dangerous because of the gases and pollution in that environment. But it turns out the landlord that bought this place, their business model is to buy properties that then immediately get turned into shelters. I wonder how that works. I wonder which city employees they have on their payroll. Because controversially, the city went around their own laws to greenlight this project, saying that it's an emergency situation because of the asylum crisis. And since a nonprofit is going to operate the system, safety doesn't really matter, even though the city is deeming these commercial spaces completely unsafe. This is happening all over town, not just in this building with others, and it all reeks of corruption and scandal. And it's built on the backs of people who've come here with absolutely nothing. On top of that, it's been revealed that when the city rents hotel rooms, they overpay by about half. And they're even turning bankrupt buildings that are owned by companies who are about to go out of business into shelters, none of which could ever legally be considered housing. And that's got many people suggesting that the asylum crisis isn't designed to benefit the very people it's named after. In fact, the asylum seekers are the losers here. First, they're exploited by cartels to get into the country in the first place. Then a bus company makes money bringing them to New York. Then the owners of a former luxury hotel make money because it's being used as a shelter. Then people get a prepaid debit card that is operated by a company that gets a fee based on how much money is given out. And then after these poor folks are kicked out of the shelters, they're recruited by gang members or they work illegally. And then they use that money to pay for an illegal bed in a basement somewhere. Or worse, they get completely swept into the criminal underworld and live as fugitives in this new country. And what's truly frightening is that 80% of New Yorkers are in favor of right to shelter, probably because no one here is willing to have conversations about what this is ultimately leading to. And look, I get it. America's a great country. There are so many blessings for the people who live here. And to us, myself as a parent, the idea of starving kids, that's a terrible idea. But critics are saying that the halfway solutions employed by New York are bad for just about everyone. And the revolving door asylum industrial complex that New York has created right here isn't helping those very same people. Instead, it's just benefiting well-connected business owners and city officials at the expense of children. And it's sold to local New Yorkers that, hey, we're making a difference. Now, there's nothing wrong with the idea of helping people, but do you think this is being used as a way for big companies to just help themselves? And is the city doing the right thing by reevaluating things like sanctuary status? Let me know. I will see you in the next video.
All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on New York regrets accepting the migrants?
Fucking moment of spirit there. I mean, of course they're gonna get tired of it. I was thinking, man, damn, these motherfuckers are on their hustle for real. And y'all feeling sorry for them and shit. But just think about it. You didn't think of that shit here, just here. They've been doing that over there in their places, their country. Oh, dude decided to be a kingpin and shit all of a sudden. On some motherfucking cell phone, motorcycle, bike scheme. Come on now. You really want to open up their heart and do good and give them housing and all this shit. When you're clearly seeing that they've been getting it how they live in other countries. This is doing it out here. Mm-hmm. And they take full advantage of it. And everybody's the only fucking dumbasses are the ones that, oh, let's help them. Mm-hmm. And as you're helping, you're fucking up everything.
Yeah.
You're allowing it to go on, and then you want to play victim, like, oh my God, we're running out. There's no money in the city. I mean, shit. I got some stuff over here for our city right now. And I'm just like, this is fucking shameful. This is fucking shameful. And nobody to blame except for local legislation and the Biden Express.
Yep.
The Biden Express. And shame on you for feeling so much fear in your heart, Florida. DeSantis for Haitians that haven't even decided to come over here.
Yeah, the National Guard out.
Yeah, fearing all scary and shit. Shame on you, DeSantis. All right.
And now Eric Adams is doing the same in New York. So
yeah.
The next
Oh
video.
my God, the Haitians, they haven't even came over. Building it up.
It begins. Army troops take over New York City.
Yeah.
Looks like a war zone down here. But people are wondering, what happens when the troops pull out? Will the criminals come back, or are things going to be like this for a long time?
Governor Hochul says she's deploying the National Guard to city subway stations to keep riders safe.
The subway system is averaging about 6 felonies every day.
This will be on top of the 1,000 additional police officers Mayor Eric Adams deployed to the subways in February.
There's a psychological impact. People worry they could be next.
The New York Civil Liberties Union calling it heavy-handed, like stop and frisk.
I think it has to be done carefully. I feel like it can both be a good thing to help us, but you could be stereotyping certain people as well.
What was it like getting your back checked?
Perfectly fine, but the criminals are actually on the subway cars, so get on the cars and ride the subway.
New York, you recognize it is not normal to have the United States Army patrolling your streets, right? But the even more wild thing is watching your government pretend they don't know why they have a crime problem.
So the bag checks are random. And we've got police, we've got state troopers, we've got the National Guard. Every type of law enforcement available to the state has been deployed in the New York City subways as a show of power to tell criminals. What are they telling criminals? They're not in the actual subway cars. Now look, I took the subway today. I'm very happy to see an increased security presence. It makes me feel safer. And the reason this is happening is because subway crime was up 20% before this deployment. But observers say that all of this militarization of the subway isn't actually going to do anything because it's not addressing the real reasons why New York City is going through a crime wave. On top of that, everyone knows this program is temporary. The troops and extra police are not able to be here forever. And the criminals are probably aware of that too, which means that this program isn't going to bring about long-lasting change. On top of that, there are other problems with rolling out the army to police the subway. The army is designed to win a war. They're not designed to preserve your rights while protecting the general public, which is the purpose of a police force. And because the city won't address the root causes of what's going on here, you've got security critics who don't think this is going to work. And at the same time, you've got civil liberties advocates making the case that New Yorkers are giving up their constitutional rights and their rights to privacy for a system that's not making anybody any safer. And this is happening at a time in New York City history where it's possible to attack the police and get released without bail. And that's got people asking, is the only way to keep New Yorkers safe to turn the city into a perpetual police state? And what exactly is the National Guard doing down here? Like, what things are they doing that they think are going to make a difference? And how are criminals evading these security measures?
They're standing around with the same thing they always do. Stand around.
It looks like they just finished with the bag checks. That's where they just were. Now there is an empty space. Maybe someone is watching on the cameras. That's all we can hope for at this point.
So behind you can see how this process works a little bit. A state trooper will select someone to get their bags checked. The bag check will take about 30 seconds, and then the rider is on their way.
So the way that this is supposed to work is it is a random bag check. There is a predetermined number of people that have to pass by before one person gets stopped. They're not stopping everybody. That would probably be impossible. It would make it very difficult for people to use the subway as intended. The goal of this is not to disrupt daily life, but it is also to establish a presence that makes people feel safe, catches criminals bringing weapons onto the train, and helps turn around all of the problems that the city is experiencing. And when the system is in play, it's not like the TSA at the airport where the line gets very long, people People miss their flights. That's a big mess. This is not that. The bag checks are very quick. I saw somebody get checked, and it happened so quickly that I couldn't even film the whole thing. It was that fast. And although there are some serious issues with this new security apparatus that nobody wants to talk about, the good news is that riders have been feeling very uneasy lately about riding the train, and this should help.
Officers at Grand Central Station randomly stopping about every fourth subway rider.
It's okay because we know it's for security reasons.
And this feeling was shared by many people who had their bags checked Thursday afternoon.
Oh, no problem at all. Good to have safety.
So the big takeaway here is that this is not supposed to be an in-depth, invasive process. But privacy advocates are worried a much harsher, more draconian system could emerge if this doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Because although we have an increased security presence, the bag checkers and the army are gone now. They went somewhere else. And the first problem with the system is that since people aren't here all day, a criminal could have waited until right now to head on in and use the subway as they were previously.
What was it like getting your bag checked?
Perfectly fine, but the criminals are actually on the subway cars, so get on the cars and ride the subway.
Governor Kathy Hochul announced that she will now be deploying around 750.
Wow, so that guy, he hit the nail right on the head. Every crime statistic that people are worried about didn't happen at the entry point to the subway. Most of them happened inside the trains, on the platforms, late at night, not during rush hour. Is this all smoke and mirrors? But even if it is, look at all the weapons that are getting found in the subway. Proponents say this is still a good thing and it's still having an effect. Although I guess the weapon would have to be in a bag check instead of in your pocket because these are not pat downs, they're just bag checks.
This surveillance video, the suspect is seen pacing the platform. The victim is wearing a blue jacket and a backpack. At one point, the suspect lunges in his direction behind his back. Moments later, he is shoved to the tracks as the suspect takes off into the night.
So before we get into the real reason why crazy people who want to commit harm aren't behind bars, look at all the things this person did not have at their disposal. They didn't have a backpack. They weren't holding anything. They were just passing through. They looked like a regular commuter. And what that means is we aren't any safer because of these new security measures, which is something the powers that be who have a lot riding on this being successful don't want us thinking about or talking about.
Jesse.
People are feeling unsafe and won't come, that I have to do something about it.
But Hochul on Good Day was asked what happens if people refuse to have their bags checked.
Said, go home. You're not taking the subway.
However, technically, New Yorkers are allowed to refuse and can just use a different subway station. The Delayed Society are...
Okay, so not only does this reveal another big problem with this whole system, it also points at the deeper issues that are the real reason we've got this crime wave. Because not only are these surface level bag checks not checking everyone, they're also not happening at every single station. In fact, this unguarded empty station with an empty station attendant booth is right around the corner from where the military was just set up doing their bag checks. This place is as unguarded as it's ever been, which is why some are suggesting this is nothing more than security theater. And the other problem with this troop rollout is that we're rolling out 750 troops, but there's about 470 subway stations. And if you need teams of troops to check bags, there's no way we're going to have complete coverage of the subway, which means there will always be stations that are unattended. And we've already got evidence that since this rollout, high-profile crimes are still happening.
Police responded to the call that a boyfriend pushed his 29-year-old girlfriend over the platform edge as a Brooklyn-bound 3 train was pulling in. Police say the man ran away. Paramedics and police officers tried to pull the woman from under the train. She was rushed to Bellevue Hospital.
So this tragic accident happened within 2 days of troops being rolled out to stations just like this. And because this was a seemingly random act of violence, no amount of bag checks or security would have stopped it from happening, which means there's something else about New York that allows stuff like this to happen that nobody wants to discuss. And that tragic incident, it didn't happen in the middle of the night. It took place at 10:30 in the morning during the day, and the person who did it ran off and escaped. The whole point of the troops and the bag checks and the police and the state police is to stop people from doing things and escaping. But that happened. And again, the security takes place out here, not inside the actual terminals where these issues are happening. And look, as someone who rides the train, I'm not knocking this system entirely. I do feel safer, and I think there are people who look at the police and see the armed guards and say to themselves, you know what, whatever I was going to do today, I'm not going to do it. But right advocate say that this security theater apparatus, not only is it ineffective, it's taking away the rights of people who haven't committed any crimes, and the way rights work is once they're gone, you never get them back.
There are so many different points to her proposal that are problematic in terms of its impracticability and its raising of constitutional concerns.
Random back checks at subway stations is nothing new for New Yorkers.
So definitely there's a personal freedom rights argument to be made here. But on top of that, New York City has an extremely progressive justice system, which critics say is soft on crime. And what that means is even though everyone's being searched, the people who are actually caught with something won't face any real consequences for doing so. Look at this. Somebody committed a crime by jumping a turnstile, was caught inside the terminal, and had a gun, and they were released without bail, which is probably happening today if they catch people with the same things. The judges are still the same. And that's why critics say trying to bring law and order to a no consequences type environment is a losing battle. And they say that all of this is just a waste of money.
Why use National Guard members instead of investing more dollars into NYPD overtime?
Rather than having the NYPD have to work being paid by state dollars, I said, let me do something even better.
Top city. That's in Atlanta.
Okay, my fault. I apologize, family. Wrong location.
Now, look, I respect the governor for having the guts to do something about security down here, but if I were a police officer and I heard the governor say that the Army could do my job better than I could, I would probably be a little insulted. And even though not every New Yorker is a fan of the police have a different job than an Army does. The Army's job is to win a war. The police have the job of arresting people who are innocent until proven guilty of committing some sort of crime. Also, the police are given equipment that minimizes collateral damage and are better for use in an urban environment than, say, a battlefield weapon that is supposed to have maximum penetrating power. The low caliber rounds that they fire hit something and then stop right there most of the time. Think about it. Look at all the innocent people that are here just going about their day. You do not want collateral damage in this type of environment, yet that's exactly what would happen if the military were called into action down here, unfortunately. Also, the Army's not trained to arrest you and then read you your rights. On top of that, a surge of police started just a couple of weeks ago, and officials have credited it a 12% reduction in overall subway crime. But the temporary nature of that surge as well.
Lady T.
So the National Guard is armed, right? Like the police?
Yes.
It must be nice to just have a fucking weapon, armed.
The troop surge is why many people think none of this is going anywhere.
Transit leaders say they hope the governor's plan will become more than just temporary. In fact, we asked her about that, and she says the state has about $3 billion in surplus that could help it last longer.
So the governor not committing to promise that this will be something that lasts for eternity. But we've already looked at how ineffective this program is from the standpoint of actually accomplishing long-lasting results. And what that means is even if this extra security was the game plan for the rest of time, they would continue to be just as effective as they are today, with real crime still occurring down there. And that's the real problem nobody in New York City seems to want to deal with.
You recognize it is not normal to have the United States Army patrolling your streets, right? Please tell me you recognize how wild that is. But the even more wild thing is watching your government pretend they don't know why they have a crime problem.
So I went on TikTok one more time before it gets banned just to remember what it looks like. That video popped up, and it has a lot of sentiments that are shared with many folks that think New York is soft on crime, which it kind of is. But that's not necessarily the fault of the governor or of the mayor. It's actually a problem with all of New York City. Past mayors, the current and past legislatures, and voters. And that's because back in 2019, laws were passed to reform New York City's bail system. And they were signed into law by New York's former two-term progressive mayor, Bill de Blasio. But back in 2019, New York was a very different place. People didn't necessarily know the outcome of these policies when they were passed and approved. And if you remember, just a couple of years ago, the police force was so well equipped and so effective that there were calls in New York to defund it. And now we have shortages and a crime wave. But it didn't happen immediately. It took a couple of years. And at the same time, lawmakers wanted to undo the societal harms associated with over-prosecution. And the first thing these reforms did was eliminate bail for misdemeanors and nonviolent felonies. Think shoplifting, theft, bribery, possibly extortion. But they actually went further than that. They put judges in a position where they were required to now consider the most lenient type of pre-trial sentencing that they possibly could. For example, somebody who's not locked up could enter a drug treatment or other rehabilitation type program in order to have their freedom while they await sentencing. And most advocates of this system will point out that it prevents a rich person from gaining their freedom because they can afford bail, while a low-income individual could end up behind bars. But the problem for New York is we don't just have progressive laws and sentencing requirements. Critics say the city also has a progressive judiciary who interprets those laws in a progressive manner, which is why people can attack the police and get released without bail. In this case, the offense of attacking officers was bail eligible, but since the district attorney didn't ask for bail, who's the judge to inflict these people with bail when the DA doesn't think it's worth it? And this is also how people enter the subway and train system with a weapon, get caught, and also get released. Having an illegal weapon is a 3.5-year minimum sentence. And that story we referenced earlier of the person that jumped the turnstile with an illegal weapon also did something else that they shouldn't have done. The weapon was illegal, and it was illegally modified. In New York, it's illegal to carry a weapon with more than 10 rounds. His had 27. And that's why many people say that New York's crime problem isn't a secret. We've got people breaking into the subway with an illegal weapon, which has been illegally modified, and they're still out there. That's bad. And that's the real reason why not only people are afraid to take the subway, but why the bag checks may not end up doing a whole lot. People get caught with a weapon in their bag, they go right back into the train, because even if someone gets caught with a weapon, the chances of them facing any real consequences aren't very high. And while New York is great at releasing people who commit crime, they're also great at prosecuting people who defend themselves, like this bodega worker from a year and a half ago who defended himself during an armed robbery and was heavily prosecuted by the same district attorney who released the people that attacked the police by not asking for bail. And that's why critics say a justice system that prosecutes the innocent as if they are guilty while simultaneously trying its best to release potentially dangerous criminals is why New York could be headed for a perpetual police state, which might be the only way to keep everyone safe, is just to have the army everywhere all the time. Is that what New Yorkers want? Is this new plan gonna be effective? What do you think? I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Thanks, yes.
Say hell no.
Humans are afraid of a lot of stuff.
So
Here's my thoughts. This isn't like surprising. I mean, if you think about it, when we had COVID, they had the National Guard out. When we had our protests, they had the National Guard out when it was getting hella crazy. You know what I mean? This isn't a really big thing. Like, you know, we sing in our own city, like what, 2 summers ago when they were taking all the homeless people out the area.
Yeah, out the Union Station.
It's heavily armed, heavily policed. They had not only heavily policed, they had I didn't remember seeing the National Guard. I do remember seeing a lot of agents, like yeah, and you know,
transit cops.
Yeah, especially them, especially when, you know, when they're following black people and with the dog, you know what I mean? And
oh my God, that shit was horrible.
That shit was crazy. We were like, let them go. definitely put it in ourselves at the mix of that. And that shit was wrong. There was I hate when they glove up like they actually gonna do something, and with a dog acts as an extra officer, you know.
Yeah.
I think that them doing that, look, the only thing bail reform really is good for is a motherfucker that rarely gets in trouble, and when they do, they pretty much don't fucking repeat, or if they repeat, usually for something stupid and here and far between. You know, them catching people with weapons, motherfucker throwing this bitch off the platform in the morning. Yeah, I wonder what she did. Fucking, you know, this is like crazy shit happening. And not really being effective. Going through motherfuckers' bags is like, yes, whatever, but you know, I mean, I carry all kinds of shit on my body.
Yeah.
You hear me? Like, goddamn, would you go pat me down? Yeah, right. You mean? But I'm also not menacing the motherfucking city either.
Right.
I think that it could backfire in the sense that, you know, people are really sensitive about their rights. Where motherfucker, this is Asian hate, or this is Jewish stereotyping or hating, or you know what I mean, it versus black people, you know what I mean, when they say it, like, you're profiling me, you know, this could only backfire, and them to use it, you know, and whereas black people still get fucked with, you know what I mean?
Well, we seen from the video that black people were still getting fucked with.
Right. Also, too, you know, you gotta pay the National Guard. Or you're not. I mean, they still get paid like any other soldier. You know what I mean? It's not once a month. I mean, they get paid still. You know, to just be standing there. So not only are you paying the National Guard, you're paying the police, the extra police. You know, and only to get motherfuckers that are doing the most to get them out without no bail. Or, well, I mean, what was up with the motherfucking pastor bailing out somebody? You know what I mean? With all that, like, why would you do something like that? You clearly did that. You know what I mean? But you know, you jump at the police, man. And I mean, I don't know how you got away with that shit, but why would you bail him out?
Alvin Bragg.
You know what I mean? Like, pastor bailing him out. Like, that was a lot of. That bond was pretty heavy, huh?
Yeah.
What the bond was. I think that it only reminds me of when we was at COVID and the protesting. I think that nobody's acted out yet towards them. It's just a matter of time. I also think that it's going to backfire. I think that it's going to be more costly. And you got so many problems. Like, that's you can't house nobody. You got all this crime shit happening with these illegals coming in, getting it in the country.
Welcome back, cuz.
You know what I mean? And yep. And not only that, but you got the actual citizens in New York being put out of their alleged safety area. But you know, the subway has been dangerous. Everything's been dangerous.
Right.
You know, so this is just it's extra, but you're gonna be paying out your ass, and then you wonder why you got no money. Like, maybe you should just be locking up actual motherfuckers that actually do some real serious shit, no bail, and let out some motherfuckers that actually didn't do no shit. You know, versus locking those ones up and letting it's starting to look like Gotham.
Yeah. So moving along to the Windy City, where the migrants have terrified Black Americans after bringing in this disease.
What disease?
We're about to find out.
Stuff, especially when you get resources. You want to protect yourself from gunshots. You want to protect yourself from the weather or any kind of thing. Some folks are even afraid to get on a plane. But do you know what is the largest killer of all people? It's not gunshots. It's not war. It's disease. And many people meet their demise from being sick. I went to medical school and graduated. And a joke that I used to always tell, one of these diseases I get to die from one day. Not so funny, right? But it's true. And one disease is right now hitting hard in Chicago. Nope, it's not gunshots. That disease is always there, right? But the one disease that's really got folks shook, measles. Now, measles is an upper respiratory disease, meaning that it's very easy for you to just like cough on somebody, easy to transmit. For me to give you a really good definition, let's check out this clip.
Measles is an airborne that spreads easily through the coughs, sneeze of infected people.
Yep.
Measles can be serious and fatal for young children, as it can lead to pneumonia, blindness, diarrhea, swelling of the brain, and even death. It is the leading cause of death in children. Measles can spread fast in places where people are not vaccinated. Anyone who is not protected against measles, especially children, are at a risk of getting infected. This is the reason why it is of great importance to be up to date on vaccinations.
So guys, measles is a very old disease. And in fact, we believed in America, we eradicated it in about 2000, 2001. So how are we still dealing with measles now?
Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. John LaPucas here. Dr. John, Thank you for being here. So why are we seeing these outbreaks?
Well, there are these pockets of people who are unimmunized, and that happens every few years for whatever reason, right? The way they get infected, the way the outbreak starts is they go outside the country generally, and where measles is more prevalent, and they get infected there, they come back here, and they start an outbreak because remember, you can be infectious for 4 days before you even know you have, before you get that rash. Well, you can have some symptoms before you get that rash. Before then, you may have some cold-like symptoms. Hey, I have a cold, no big deal. Then you get the rash. You've exposed a ton of people, and it's so infectious that if you are not immunized, there's about a 90% chance, if you're next to somebody who has measles, that you are going to come down with measles, and the virus can actually stay alive for a couple of hours in a room, even after the person's left the room.
Oh, man. That's right. And most of you guys think about Chicago, it's a big city. They have many medical schools there. It's the third largest economy. Why are they having a problem with measles? Stop the show. Let's go back to the doctor when he said people usually get it on vacation and bring it back. But what about people coming into the country with the disease? Uh-oh, we weren't thinking about that. But that is exactly what is happening. People are coming into the United States largely unvaccinated with these diseases. And it's okay if you get a vaccination for measles, but some people don't like vaccinations. And you can even still get it if you're unvaccinated, just like COVID. But let's get back to measles. Let's assume that you're a pregnant lady, right? And you're in the grocery store. You're unvaccinated. You come across some person, let's say a migrant, who coughs on you. Not only are you going to get measles, your newborn can get measles. And then guess what? The birth rate could be very low, leading to all kind of crazy complications. And of course, you get like the runny nose, fatigue, red eyes, cough, and you get these really cool red spots and a rash around your face and white spots in your ears. It's a really painful thing to go through. But wait a minute. What migrant shelter is producing measles the most? Let's check it out.
Well, health officials detecting a second case of measles right here in Chicago, and it is traced to a migrant shelter in Pilsen. Fox 32's Joni Lum reports medical teams were sent to determine if this disease has spread.
2 measles cases on 2 sides of the city. Health officials identified one is a child living at a shelter in Pilsen for new arrivals. Health officials are there to vaccinate the other residents. There was a police presence outside the shelter at Halstead and Cermak. Residents are not allowed to leave unless they are vaccinated for measles as health teams investigate. 25th Ward Alderman Byron Sigcho Lopez said in a statement that he visited the shelter Tuesday. 1,876 people live there, including 95 toddlers between the ages of 1 and 2.
Now let's get back to the whole measles thing. Pilsen is where it's at. I don't know where Pilsen is in Chicago, but I do know this. It's a real big safety concern for people in the Black community, especially since some of the migrant shelters have been put into where African Americans are living. Not only that, I'm pretty sure that some of the migrants could be trying to get into school. Some of them could be carrying that, and that could be a big situation from those people going to school. And also, it has to be a big stress on public health department in Chicago. Now let's talk about the migrants also being evicted. That's another big thing. Brandon Johnson is giving the migrants like 60 days to get put out, unless they have a special circumstance. Well, if you don't test positive for measles and you're getting put out, well, at least if you were just there, maybe you might have some way to quarantine. Remember, we have 98 folks quarantined. Nope, put them out in the street. Some of these people are trying to sell candy bars. Like, yo, my man, can you get a cigarette? It's all bad. Again, African Americans are all Americans, but our folks in the Black community is a danger to our people. We are a big part of the Chicago-based community, working in every sector of the city. But now the taxpayers' money, which should be used to do things like things in the community, redeveloping housing, even helping transportation, whatever would make Chicago better. $300 million of that is going to the migrant crisis. And now you're going to have more stress because of the diseases that are coming in from outside the United States, even creating a possibility for an epidemic. we just got over an epidemic, really a pandemic with COVID. And can we hear round two? You definitely don't want measles back in the country. And this is what people didn't realize. A lot of times, being a first world or developed country, we kind of believe that we got it all figured out. And for the most part, the United States has many things figured out. But when you're letting people come across the border in buses and they're not being vaccinated, whatever they're coming in with, they're bringing in here with, and some people are not vaccinated.
Like,
so that creates a big public health concern. So it's not only a resource thing, a tax thing. We're not spending this money on the city of Chicago thing. Or to be even more concrete or more deliberate with my messaging, we're not investing into the Black Chicagoans experience, helping them get better. Now we got to worry about, wear a mask, or let's not go outside because measles is out there. Don't want you to get sick. And yes, measles can kill kids. It can kill adults. So what are we going to do about this? I don't know. I'll tell you where I'm staying, in Africa. I'm not going to be in Chicago no time damn soon. That's for sure. But guys,
man, all I know is that if we're from here, we've been having the vaccine since we were going to school. Like, man, measles, mumps, rubella, whatever the fuck, chickenpox. We should be able to get it. However, that's that right there, with somebody because they brought that in here. They brought that to them, and you got elders, that are susceptible to like shingles and motherfucking other shit, and breathing issues and all kind of stuff.
Yeah,
man, and how long does that take to cure? What fucking day and age are we living in, man? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Motherfuckers know when they're sick and they come in over here. If your skin blotchy and itchy and shit like that, I mean,
right, but they're not vetting them, they're not checking them, they're not screening them.
I know, but when they come through, I mean, you would think a motherfucker don't know they're sick when they come through.
They don't care. They don't bring them in.
Motherfuckers camping together and shit. And I'd be like, man, I can't camp with you, man. You all blotched out and wheezy and shit, coughing and everything. And thank God we don't ever take off our masks.
Right.
I can't get sick, family. Really, legitimately, I can't get a actual another thing in my lungs. But people are just too freely germy everywhere. Germy. A germy. Can't stress.
We're gonna move along.
Thank God, you look like you're about to fall out, sir.
The Mile High Income City and illegal immigrant. So we're on to here in one of the shelters that the mayor, the selected mayor Johnston, closed down, has had over 400 calls to the police for services.
Where's this one at?
We do have a lot to get to here at 9, and we start with the latest from Northeast Denver, where the problem solvers are learning that a hotel contracted by the city.
Yep.
That's where all my friends are.
He has a homeless shelter, appears to be a crime magnet.
Over there.
8 overdose calls, 13 assaults, I should say, and now a double homicide investigation that started over the weekend after 2 bodies were found in a room, and that's just the start of it.
Mm-hmm. Of course, they didn't solve that crime. It's only highly cameraed and everything inside the building. Of course, they haven't solved that yet. It's breaking up.
To show us what the city plans to do about
it.
Ooh, stay away from them.
Middle of
20 into 20. No risk case popped up. Yeah, stay away from that shit. But we're from here. That's what I'm saying. Like, we had to go to public school.
Like no forms of transportation.
So sleeping in our bloodstream with those fucking vaccines. Yeah, vaccinated 3 times 1 year.
And now,
wow. Well, living like 2 blocks away.
Now he kept losing the motherfucking paper. I kept turning it into school. I got them motherfucking measles shots 3 times in 1 year. But best believe, I don't want to be around nobody coughing and shit. Especially with blotches and stuff like that, man. I'd be like, man, this is real fuck shit. Like, you brought this over here, and I can't hold myself back. And they closed down the Tri-Care building, and I was like, man, take care of Tri-Care.
Right.
Tri-County Health Building, remember they closed it down?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so these are the calls of service for the 4040 Quebec Street shelter.
Oh, it looks like your building.
Mm-hmm. But it's not. It's the former. It's the double.
Not this week.
So out of 414, 8 for overdose and poisoning, 2 for narcotics, 13 for assault, 10 for domestic violence, and 103 for self-involved action, initiated action.
Motherfuckers wilding, tweaking out, and fucking wanting to die or something.
Mm-hmm.
The list goes on, and now a homicide investigation.
You know, and they didn't even saw that. There's cameras all over that bitch. Every motherfucking hallway.
This group says this.
I got it.
Yeah,
that's a
right.
good job.
Not just that. I mean, with these Latin countries.
You mean Adam?
Countries.
Adam. Anna. No, nigga, your name is Adam.
What are you talking about?
Anna.
Anna what?
Oh, God.
What are you talking about, Jesse? I think that's the weeding dozing off over there.
No.
You're not making sense.
You're not making sense because you're not paying attention.
Oh, you talking about, you flash forward. That's a dude.
Yeah.
People feel unsafe there.
Anna Lilith Miller with House Keys Action Network Denver, a houseless rights group, says this could have been prevented.
You can't just throw them into a hotel and just leave them to fend for themselves. The best thing we could do is to actually staff these places and actually staff them with the properly trained staff. We need people to be working there that know what they're doing, know how to deal with people who are vulnerable populations, people with things like PTSD and other mental health issues.
In response, the city of Denver tells Fox 31 they are enacting a 7-point action plan to address the safety and security concerns. The plan includes a new management role responsible for oversight of all unsheltered response and outreach, more staffing and case management help, and increased patrols and security, including a badging system for site access.
The city could easily institute a litany of safety measures, a litany of things that could make these places actually work the way they should work and not just be another shelter for people to stay at.
And now that homicide investigation is still underway. Metro Denver Crime Stoppers offering up to a $2,000 reward for anyone with information. Samantha Spitz, Fox 31. Right, Samantha, thank you.
Good afternoon. New security measures are in place at a Denver homeless shelter where a man and a woman were found dead on Saturday. Denver police are calling it a homicide.
This happened at the former Doubletree Hotel along Quebec Street. That's now being used as a homeless shelter. Our own Brianna Clark went there today to learn more. Brianna?
Yeah, so more security, especially outside the building. Residents tell me it's their first time
they can solve this all together.
Patrolling the property.
I mean,
some of the
you know who's ready that room, right?
So as long as they're the ones who added the extra security.
Look at the cameras.
We're still waiting to find out why, but we do know the guards are unarmed.
And you do the math.
He helps operate the former hotel turned shelter.
And then you could do the math.
They tell me only people who live here are allowed inside the building. No visitors. Every single person who walks through the front door has to check in at the front desk.
Who's a fucking
I spoke to
mess?
several residents today, and they all say they feel safe living here. But I'm told the atmosphere has drastically changed since Saturday.
Knock on a couple of doors.
I kind of shook, you know. Unfortunately, I wasn't really good friends with the people who just recently passed away at all. But my friends are really deeply saddened by that, and I can't imagine their pain right now. They're hurting so bad. And
so far this year, Denver police tell us that they have been called out to the Doubletree homeless shelter hundreds of times. Tonight at 5 o'clock,
There's
we'll
no
take a look
reason
at that
there's
exact
no
number and where almost
that.
half of the calls came.
Double homicide.
So far, though, very little information is being shared by law enforcement.
Yeah, Denver police say it's still under investigation and they can't release
That's-
anything, even the names of the victims.
All right, Brianna, thanks.
That's fucked up.
Police are trying to figure.
Oh God, I hope it wasn't nobody we know.
It's beside the point. The fact is, they're not even trying. The answers are right there. It'd probably take 3 hours to figure out. You really ain't even gotta ask nobody. You just run that beautiful feed footage back. Look at the fucking footage. Look at the doors. Look at the footage. Look at the doors. Look at the footage. You know, do the math. Figure out the autopsy. They overdose. Drowned. That motherfucker had a seizure. One drowned in the bathroom. Who fucking knows, right? Fell asleep watching Seinfeld and died. Problem solved. You know what I mean? They got the shit from fucking a motherfucker that drove up, dropped the shit in their hand, and fucking they went in it. Happy times and went to sleep and never woke up. Simple as that. They just do the motherfucking math. They came down, checked the motherfucker in, checked it back out. It's very simple. I don't understand why it's taking all this time. Like, I mean, I'm not a detective, but I mean,
This literally just
I'm
happened.
detectiving right now, and I done solved the case in 3 hours or less.
It's happened like this.
You know what I mean? Probably, man, ask about you. Just ask the motherfuckers right there. My friends are all sad. Well, it's only going to deduce the three things. they overdosed, or they got into it and they killed each other. They beat each other up and fucking. Well, you know, motherfuckers had multiple seizures. Fuck, who cares? Just do the fucking math. 3 hours or less, I bet I solved the crime. If I was really invested. And they getting paid for this, Jesse.
Yeah.
There's cameras everywhere. And motherfuckers roaming the halls, news sleeves, shit, just getting in, fucking tapping other. You can't do the math and just be like, I saw you. This motherfucker pulled up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And these two are dead. 3 hours or less, you got like six suspects. 2 more hours, you got a fucking motherfucker that stitched on everybody. For a fucking Sprite.
All right, let me play this clip real quickly.
Figure out who killed 2 people in a shelter for the unhoused.
For like days.
That shelter is the former DoubleTree Inn on Quebec, just south of I-70. This morning, Denver police announced investigators responded to the discovery of 2 bodies in a room at this shelter. We know it's a man and a woman. This is a relatively new shelter that started taking in people late last year. It's also part of the mayor's House 1,000 People
Stayed there
initiative
when it was
for
an actual
2023.
hotel. It was like $100-something a night. That was like
Me
10
too.
years ago.
Me too. I was all up and down that motherfucker. Had a long standing room in there. Me and my cousin. So that's why I was like, there's cameras everywhere. I don't understand. This is not a hard solve.
So far,
You just
police
don't
have not released the manner of death, and so far, police have not announced any suspects, so no arrests yet. A statement from the city of Denver says the mayor is aware of this incident and is working with police to get more information. If you have any information, you're asked to call police or Crime Stoppers.
What? They should be asking to look at the cameras.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, moving along, they've been highlighting this real heavy in the white media. This homeless family is living out of their car. They're on. They have a Section 8 voucher, and they can't find housing.
Oh yeah, that's a real thing. But you know, white tears matter, so it's gonna get highlighted. They weren't hearing anything we were saying.
Right.
Right. But little old white lady over there about to start crying behind her fucking bifocal sunglasses and shit. And it's about to get all, the most press ever.
After a recent eviction, a homeless couple in Denver are having a lot of difficulty finding housing. However, the city of Denver is begging landlords to rent their units at affordable prices to recent border crossers.
Yeah.
I'm Tony.
Okay.
And this is Real Estate Investing and Landlord News.
Because real estate.
There's who?
All right, so I have an interesting article for you today, and once again, it's coming out of Denver, Colorado. Now, a couple of days ago, I reported how the city of Denver is begging landlords. They're begging landlords to rent their units to these people from other countries who just recently crossed the border and came into the U.S. illegally, okay? And they're begging the landlords to do it at affordable rates. And as I mentioned in that video, there are a lot of people in the U.S. who do not have housing. They can't find affordable housing, okay? People who are homeless, people who are struggling, who have very low income, and yet cities like Denver are focusing all their attention on making sure that these foreigners who don't even live here, aren't even here legally, have housing. Now, that seems absolutely ridiculous to me. It should seem ridiculous to everyone here.
Right.
Now, I'm not a big proponent of socialized systems, right? But knowing that they are in place, my personal belief is that they should be reserved for U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents. And that's it. Illegal aliens should never be eligible for any of this socialized housing or assistance. Okay, they should get nothing, absolutely nothing, because they're not here legally, and they shouldn't, be able to leech our money away from us. Okay, so I got a story today, and it's coming out of Denver, Colorado, and it's about one of these couples who, a couple of tenants who they faced eviction in the past, right? And now they're living in their car because they can't find any affordable housing. They actually have a housing voucher, some of the socialized rental assistance from the city of Denver, but they can't find anywhere to live. But it's odd to me that the city of Denver, meanwhile, is paying hundreds of millions of dollars to house illegal aliens. So you see how...
Jesse, is that why you rub your beard like that? Because you're smoking all that weed, not sharing?
I don't know what you're talking about, Lady Shay.
Yeah, you smoking weed up there and not sharing? You look entirely too comfortable up there.
What my issue is, you see why I get so upset. You see why I'm angry, okay? This is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And, it is a perfect example of big government who, isn't prioritizing their own citizens. So before I get into the article, go ahead, hit the like, subscribe button, maybe leave a comment down below and let me know what you think. Okay? So what do you think of this whole situation going on in Denver, Colorado, where they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars to house illegal aliens? Okay. I had somebody in my comment section say, hey, I shouldn't call them border crossers. Call them for what they are, illegal aliens, right? I like using the term illegal alien. It is a technical term. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it until about 2 or 3 years ago, when all of a sudden, all the people, the progressives, they started crying. They said, it's wrong. It's wrong. Well, you know what? I speak Spanish. Okay. The word extranjero means alien. Okay, extranjero, foreigner. Okay, that's all alien means. It doesn't mean that we think the person's from another planet. Goodness, go look it up in the dictionary. The words defined in the dictionary. We're not using it as a offensive term against anybody. And if the person is here illegally, well, guess what? They are an illegal alien. If they are a legal alien, which there are legal aliens here, those are people with green cards. Okay, they're permanent residents. They have the right to be here. Goodness, people, they try to change the terminology to confuse people so they don't know what we're talking about. Well, there is a huge difference between a person with a green card or a person who is here as a non-immigrant who has a student visa. There's a huge difference between those type of people and a person who walked across the border yesterday, climbed through a fence, and said, I'm here, give me my benefits, okay? I have a big problem with those people. So, that's just my personal opinion. You can put your comments, your opinions down in the comment section. I don't delete comments. I let everybody express their opinions. A lot of people said that I am too hard on that group of people. Well, you know what?
No, sound like you are.
That's my opinion, and I have a right to it.
That's right.
So anyway, let's get into this article and see what it says. This article is coming from KDVR.com, and it says, past eviction creates challenge for couple in search of new housing. And normally I don't get on the tenant side, okay? I don't talk much about being on the tenant side, right? But, when it comes to this issue where, the people who just crossed the border have easier access to housing than homeless American citizens, that's where I have a problem, okay? So let's see what the article says.
Right.
A family family living in their cars looking for a permanent place to call home, but a past eviction is making it challenging. In Denver, 1 in 3 households is paying more than a third of their income toward housing, according to the city's website. Letitia De La Rosa and her husband told Fox 31 they are currently living out of their car with their dog, Cash, after being evicted in 2022. This is the first time for me to be in this situation, De La Rosa said. It's been so hard. I've made mistakes in my past, which I don't feel like it should be held over my head, especially because I'm getting assistance.
Close it out.
You're going to be guaranteed rent every month, and they don't even look at that part of it. And, you know, let me just say this right here. Just because the government is providing rental assistance doesn't mean that you are an ideal tenant for the majority of landlords, okay? And my guess is that the reason that you are homeless has more to do with other situations that you have going on in your life than it does with the fact that you are just lower income, okay? Because, you know, in the article, it says that you were homeless since 2022, and, you know, you do admit that you have problems. Could it be drug problems? I don't know. Could it be mental health issues? I don't know. But, you know, most people, you know, it doesn't take them well over a year to get back onto their feet and find housing, you know, if they're put into this sort of situation. So the fact that you've been living in your car for over a year with a dog, yeah, that kind of tells me that there's more to the story, right? But that's not the situation I'm talking about today. My situation, my problem is that, you know, like I said, I covered an article 2 days ago talking about how, you know, they want to they want landlords to rent their units to, you know, illegal aliens at discounted rates. And I think that's ridiculous, okay? When we have people like this, people, whether you have a substance abuse problem or a mental health problem or not, I think that you deserve housing before somebody who doesn't even live or have a right to be in this country. Past evictions can block some rental applications. With some help from the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, De La Rosa said they're receiving rental assistance, but with an eviction on their record, the application process has been challenging. We get down to the question, have you ever been evicted from a place within the last 7 years? And unfortunately, the answer is yes. Some of the applications don't even let you proceed after that, De La Rosa said. It is a challenge many Coloradans are facing. A report from Colorado Housing Connects shows evictions are already trending higher than last year. And you know what? The economy isn't as strong as a lot of people think it is, especially for the people on the very low end of the economy. So what we're going to see is we're going to see evictions going up. And you know what? It's to be expected. It's to be expected. Housing costs are going to remain high because they aren't building enough housing. And when you start flooding the country with a bunch of foreigners and then giving those foreigners free money to pay for their rent, well, guess what? It's going to be a lot more expensive for U.S. citizens and, you know, people who were here illegally to find housing. Okay. If a landlord knows they can get rental assistance for, you know, these recent border crossers, illegal aliens, and or you can rent to a low income person who maybe doesn't have the most regular income from their job, well, they're going to choose to take that government check.
How many more you got?
Because at least it's steady. I mean, a lot of landlords are, not all of us. Okay, I personally wouldn't. I don't want to deal with the government anymore. I'm out of the Section 8 business officially now, so I'm not saying I won't get back into it, right? But I will say that I didn't like it. I didn't like it. It is certainly not my preference to deal with, you know, the government in terms of who is paying the rent. So, you know, it's an interesting story. You know, like normally my view of this sort of story is, hey, deal with it. You know, talking about these tenants, right? That is why you don't want an eviction on your record. That's why you should always pay your rent, right? And, you know, it's a difficult situation. It's a very difficult situation. As a landlord, I have to look out for my investment first. Okay. And if you have a track record of evictions, well, I don't necessarily want to rent to you because I'm putting my, you know, extremely expensive investment at risk. So, you know, but
yeah. But we've seen in other places where motherfuckers just don't care. They're doing it. Even here, Even here, a lady just went right back to doing that after she got in trouble.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, moving right along.
I'm glad you're with us this Tuesday evening at 5. I'm Shannon Ogden.
And I'm Micah Smith. Tonight, the city of Denver is working to clear a homeless encampment at West Colfax and Umatilla.
It's a coordinated effort to move the roughly 95 people from that location into housing. Denver 7's Russell Haythorne is live at that encampment.
Russell, a majority are being moved into a micro community in the Overland neighborhood.
Yeah, that's right, Micah. The vast majority of the individuals who are moved out of this encampment today will be placed over in the new tiny home village that.
That's the one that was on 13th and not Osage, but Navajo.
Yeah.
Just opened up today at Santa Fe and Evans. The rest of the individuals who were moved out of this encampment today will be placed in hotels recently purchased by the city as the city of Denver tries to give these individuals a chance to get back on their feet.
We're going to throw this up in the wheelchair.
They are bagging up their belongings,
Get things going.
heading for what could be a new beginning.
We're waiting for them to come and housing people to take us hopefully to a tiny village or something.
Incredible efforts to get people indoors to stability and connected to
I don't know where they're going.
A sweep of the encampment at Umatilla and Colfax. But unlike sweeps in the past that sent people to nowhere, everyone here is heading to either a new micro community of 60 tiny homes off Santa Fe and Evans, or one of the hotels the city is using to house the homeless.
This is a lot better of a situation instead of just kicking us out like we're roaches. I'm going to a woman-only and LGBTQ community.
Jesse Padikin is headed to a hotel, while others,
Might post some extra Doug.
like Taylor and Duck Duck, are heading to the new tiny home village.
So is he going to the tiny home with you?
Oh yeah.
They allow animals in there?
Yeah, they let me in.
Are you excited about this?
Absolutely. Chance to get
Village will house up each new unit. There's a bed, a deck. There are also 2 community rooms.
Showers, bathrooms, kitchen, laundry.
For Leticia, who has been living out of her car, it offers hope.
I'm gonna go check it out. I think that's awesome.
I think that's amazing as long as they can help more people. I know there's a lot of people who like make it bad for others by not following the rules and stuff, but what about the people who do? I think a lot of people suffer for other people's actions. It's not fair.
And as the buses rolled out, the city's housing and stability, pledging to make good on a promise to get people off the streets for good.
This is a big day for the city and county and Denver, for unhoused residents, and for our community as a whole.
Yeah,
Moving outside on the streets where they're
late.
exposed to the weather and elements and dangerous, to indoors where they can get connected to wraparound support services and a pathway to permanent housing.
Let's keep in mind, it's temporary.
As you can see, there are still a few individuals lingering about here. Everyone was supposed to be out of here by 2 o'clock this afternoon. The City of Denver's Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, or DOTI, will roll in at 6:30 tomorrow morning with front end loaders, and they will literally scoop all of the remaining trash, debris, and tents out of here. They'll load it into dump trucks and take it away. They say this area will be entirely cleaned up by tomorrow afternoon. And then the new mayor will start patrolling this area. That's his approach to ensuring that new encampments don't pop up. Something the previous administration had a lot of trouble controlling. I'm Ruth Thorne, live for Denver 7.
Russell, thank you. And looking closer, today's efforts are part of Mayor Mike Johnston's All in Mile High initiative, formerly House 1000. I checked the city's dashboard, which shows, as of last week, a total of 1,290.
Wait a minute. It's in the refrigerator. I didn't know I had to wrap it up. Right. I want you to see the dashboard. Yeah. Let's go backwards. All right, so this is the dashboard. So this bastard's claiming that he's housed almost 1,300 people. But me and Lady Chain have not seen it. Like literally, who the hell is housing? What are the demographics of these people?
53 people have been moved indoors since last year. Now, of those, nearly 1,200 are still in a shelter or permanent housing. That's a success rate of 93%, according to the city.
Workers with a local nonprofit helping the unhoused are looking at options to unionize. Colorado Coalition for the Homeless employees tell Denver 7 they are hoping to form a union to address their concerns over high staffing, turnover, low pay.
Pay is a huge issue. A lot of our employees also qualify for some of the same benefits that our clients do because they are not being paid enough to survive in Denver.
Yeah. We are digging into those factors and employees' efforts to unionize. We'll have that for you tonight on Denver 7 News at 6.
Employees with the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless have announced their intention to form a union, and they say low pay is a big reason why.
As Denver 7's Brandon Richard reports tonight, they say some of them qualify for the same benefits as the people they're trying to help.
Well, employees with the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless say unionizing is something they've long wanted to do, and they say it's not just going to be good for them, but for their clients as well.
Helping people experiencing homelessness is something Zoe Palmer enjoys doing every day as a registered nurse for the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless.
I grew up in Denver and Colorado and have wanted to work in healthcare for a long time. And I kind of always saw myself working at the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless.
Now, Zoe and other employees with the coalition have started efforts to form a union. They're hoping to form one with Service Employees International Union, Local 105.
We're operating really understaffed in a lot of departments. Talking to clients, they talk about how quickly they cycle through case managers and other staff.
Zoe says aside from understaffing, some of her colleagues are underpaid.
Pay is a huge issue. A lot of our employees also qualify for some of the same benefits that our clients do because they are not being paid enough to survive in Denver.
According to job listings on its website, the coalition would pay a case manager with a bachelor's degree anywhere from $20 to $25 an hour. According to ZipRecruiter, the average hourly pay for someone with a bachelor's degree in Denver is $29.
We at CCH are committed to working with our whole team and our organization to realize every effort possible to increase wages.
Coalition CEO Britta Fisher spoke with Denver 7 about employees' efforts to unionize.
Yeah, we absolutely respect our employees' right to unionize, and at the same time, we'd like to continue to have direct communication channels with our workforce and our leadership team.
Zoe says over 30% of the coalition's employees have signed on, which is enough to hold a vote, but they're waiting to get more on board.
Get back.
Brandon Richard, Denver 7.
Okay.
Sorry about that, family.
With a near foot of snow across the Denver metro.
I missed the last one. It was it was about the city council, right?
No.
What?
It was about CCH workers wanting to unionize.
I don't think so. My personal opinion, they need to be shut down.
Yeah.
I've been saying that since before the election. That was one of my 5 top service providers that I felt needed to be shut down. With a quickness. They're one of the leading leading motherfucking providers that misappropriate funds. They don't have customer service. They don't know how to treat clients. They've obviously they neglect people. They don't do case management right. It's amazing that, I'm gonna use the Fusion for example. There's maybe a handful of decent folk that live there, yourself included.
Yeah.
And look how they did you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They
For
trying to
somebody
put me
who,
out, y'all.
yeah, for somebody who hasn't done anything to anybody except be sit on resident council, run as the mayor, try to advocate for the residents, I myself included, you know, just do the right shit. Always stay on top of your stuff. You don't bother nobody. They have you living in a state of motherfucking emergency. Not to mention, they allowed all this riffraff and the fucking rodents and fucking infestation to come in, only to fucking crucify you.
Yeah.
That's the real problem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And to make you get rid of everything, all your belongings, down there, just so that you can continue to live in a motherfucking studio, fucking apartment that's filled with fucking rodents that they can't get rid of. Not just mention all sorts of madness that you got to go through just to go through there. They don't do They don't really do client relations.
No.
If that was the case, you know, you would be a lot further than where you're going. And this how they do somebody that sits on resident council. Was on resident council. They stopped. They slacked off. That had nothing to do with you. They put the decent residents in danger. They violate the rights of the residents, you know, by doing a whole bunch of other shit. Not to mention the lack of respect they have for when they go into your apartment without you knowing.
Right.
You know, the fact that they haven't been able to get rid of a simple infestation for the last couple months. The fact that they don't fix shit when they're supposed to. They come in at the most inopportune times, like they're entitled to come in. Doesn't matter if they're showering or not showering. Just here I am, you know what I mean? I think that motherfucker got a low key gay shit. You know, they don't respect the good residents. And they're too busy going ahead and letting shit slide. They're not obligated to. Security isn't obligated to call the police when you're in trouble. And the residents, pretty much the unbalanced or whatever the fuck you want to call it, the ones that are just doing whatever, they run the shit, and so does everything else. But you're the one. You and like maybe a handful of other people are the ones getting punished for other shit. Like you should. There's no reason why you have to take your belongings out when they kept you in a state of fucking emergency, to where you couldn't unpack your shit since you got there.
Right.
The constant, you know, in and out of your apartment for inspection or whatever. But you're really supposed to have one a year.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then to force a motherfucking lease or else, or do this or else. You know what I mean? Or else. And in reality, you know, it's a targeted affair because you were running for political office, and then you brought the motherfucking, you know, city council and the fucking mayor there to hold them accountable. Yeah. You know, and not to mention all that money that the fucking CCH has been getting, and nothing's been done. Nothing's been done. Nothing ever works in that building. And except motherfucking massive motherfucking storm fog lights. You know what I mean? The elevators rarely work. The motherfucking the place it was an experiment and it failed. But not to mention, how can you be a success of it when you did all the right shit, but they want you to fail intentionally? You know, so how can you really even elevate yourself when they won't even help you elevate or even allow you to elevate because of all the shit that they put you through? I mean, even with my shit, like, look, I didn't even have privileges in the building. I lived in the fucking building. I had to go across the motherfucking, I had to go to the other side of town. I'm living in a motherfucking, in some shit where, you know, I'm a fucking victim of my own apartment. You know what I mean? And there's no safety net. Not to mention, I have no access to nothing, the facilities at all, not laundry, case management, barely the front desk. They let the police shake me down for no goddamn reason. Literally throw me out my apartment and go through my apartment for when they're looking for other people. Like physically put their hands on me. you know, and then let a motherfucking predator walk around violating me, amongst other shit. I mean,
And y'all motherfuckers still working with the city.
right. You know what I mean? Not only violating me, but violating my motherfucking privacy and my rights, you know, as a person. And amongst sharing it with motherfucking other villainous individuals, you know what I mean? Because they can, you know. So not doing the right shit. They should have been shut down. That, I mean, I got a list. I had a list. Remember, 5 motherfuckers should be done. Not to mention all the people I would have fired, 10 up above and 10 below. I think it should have been audited. Many times, I don't think Cole Chandler should ever be anywhere near fucking any CVC or any fucking housing type shit.
Right.
Any of the CCH people, they should have been all canned. That shit should have been wiped. I mean, there should have been a major audits going on with this shit, because they just keep getting money and not doing nothing. That's why I was reading something in the newspaper and I was like, man, the motherfucking mayor, he's tripping. He's tripping. How did anybody get any? I was looking at this, like, money comes back. They're receiving rebates or some shit like that. There's money coming back to the fucking city after all this shit. I was like, you know, there's some fraudulent shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
Giving money back. Allegedly. You know what I mean? Like, there's some scandalous shit going on. If that's the case, why the fuck? I have so many questions, not enough answers. That's left for the RVA. So yeah, no, I think that they should be shut down. I don't think they should get anything at all.
Right.
And it's not very difficult to convert it to, you know, something that's actually has some thorough people behind it that aren't going to misappropriate, actually going to do the job. These people don't want to do this work. That's why everybody's failing, and that's why you got all these problems, and they want to blame shit on drugs and mental health. Nobody wants to do the work. This is easier to get paid than to stand there and look stupid, pass out flyers. You know what I mean? See how hard it is to get an answer in that place? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they hire racist motherfucking security and shit. You know? Anyway, carry on, Jesse. I don't think they should get anything. If it was me, I'd have stripped them already.
Right. So moving along, some Denver unhoused community brave winter storm. So we had a big storm last week.
Yeah.
I don't know. And
my family was outside. This it was cool. They said it was all right. They weren't tripping. They had everything they needed.
Nice.
Many weren't outside by choice, but not everyone has easy access to the indoors.
I mean, nobody wants to be out in that, especially as crazy as it was.
Hannah Dew with the Colorado Village Collaborative works to bridge the gap from homelessness to housing.
We're trying to provide stability and meet those basic needs.
No, we haven't heard of any racism.
Just this week, nearly 50 people at an encampment here at Colfax in Umatilla had the choice to trade sidewalks for shelters.
I'm sure the storm helped people to make their way a little bit quicker.
The opportunity came just in time.
So we're collaborating with Post, which is the city, and their encampment response team.
Wasn't that what the migrants were?
To bring people onto the site. And then once they had done that outreach, marked a day for move-in, which happened to be this past Tuesday.
Welcome to what is really an exciting day for us this morning.
Just days before the storm, the city of Denver opened a micro-community of 60 tiny homes in the Overland neighborhood. 9 News was at Monday's grand opening with Mayor Mike Johnston.
Which is, we think, the first strategy if you want to address unsheltered homelessness is getting people off of the streets and into transitional housing and shelter.
Residents braved the storm with a roof over their heads and 4 stable walls. When the snow finally stopped, they could take care of themselves in ways they couldn't before.
Like being able to utilize
That's like being in a bed looking jet.
Yes, people are actively super thankful for it, for sure.
The micro community removes the uncertainty of sleeping at night, so then people can choose what happens next for them.
We're here for you to help you meet whatever goals that you after yourself.
After they got denied so
Colorado
many
Roads Collaborative says
times.
there's no set time limit for
And
how
they
long
do
people can stay
slick
in these
shit
tiny homes,
with
so
these
people can
migrants.
rely on these micro communities as an option for shelter in extreme weather and as a stepping stone toward permanent
Like the
housing.
first one
The
that
city's
went up.
all-in mile-high dashboard says the average stay in a Denver hotel or micro community is 78 days.
Talk about good timing for that to open. Janelle, thank you.
Here, Blondie, get off the
Check
stage.
this out, guys. Denver is another major metro that has entered employment recession. Many other cities are also trending this way. This is showing that a lot of migrants are fighting over jobs. A lot of people, the citizens of the U.S., are fighting over jobs. And then on top of that, Denver's like, we just don't have the jobs going around. In fact, we're actually having less businesses. Businesses are closing faster.
You know you're falling
faster
asleep,
than
man.
we
Just let me close out.
thought. This is what's happening to modern Denver, and it's going to be a pretty hard recession. By the way, Denver basically screwed themselves. This was one of the most popular pandemic boom towns. This was a town that a lot of people wanted to go. People wanted to go to Denver, spend like $700K on a suburban house or a townhouse. Everyone wanted to come here. It was nice. The city was fairly big. It had a pretty cool downtown. It has a lot of schools, universities, and hospitals. But now, since they're spending every single penny in the migrant crisis, a lot of businesses are closing. The number of jobs available goes down. Not to mention, Mayor Mike Johnston is basically trying to get all the migrants working. And what about the government employees? Well, too bad for them, right? They're going to stay unemployed. Check this out. Denver is cutting some city employees' hours down to zero. Guys, when your hours are down to zero, you're basically laying off. Denver workers who may lose all their hours include lifeguards, front desk workers, coaches, anyone who works in the Parks and Rec situation, DMV people, right? And even some of the higher paying ones. Many people in the U.S., 60% of them are living paycheck to paycheck. Do you think they could afford a couple months with?
I can take over this section. Just go ahead. Say your goodbyes.
Do you have the clip?
Got it. I'm Jesse. I can run this by myself. You're only on the migrant, the homeless shit. I got this.
I'm on the migrant and homeless shit. Yeah.
Yeah, but
there's one more y'all want to like.
Go ahead. I'll lead it into the RVA or something.
Check this out, guys. We got the city of Denver now asking its residents to house migrants as shelters have become overcrowded with the massive inflow of new migrants. This is what's happening in Denver. Nobody really knows exactly why Denver is doing this sort of thing. Nobody really knows why Denver is spending so much crazy money on the migrant crisis. But now Denver is asking rental property owners to specifically rent to migrants. This is what's happening in Denver, and Denver had it for them, doing really, really well. This is one of the finest post-pandemic boom towns. Many people want to move here after the pandemic. Reports, Denver has the hottest housing market in the whole entire nation. Oh, and now you're pulling the migrant crisis situation. It's like Denver has everything great going for it, and for some reason, the city council and the mayor, Mike Johnston, suddenly decided to start doing sanctuary city stuff, which now they've taken in 40 to 50,000 migrants. They're literally collapsing. They can't handle the sort of traffic. Nobody really knows why Denver, a city of 700,000 people, have about the same amount of migrants as Chicago, who has 2.1 million. And with Chicago having more money because they have the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, where all the stock options and futures orders get routed to Chicago. This makes no sense. Now Denver's hottest housing market may now become the coldest housing market. It's very expensive to live in Denver, guys. It's not cheap at all. And this is what's happening here. When you're going to be forcing many property owners and asking them constantly to rent specifically to migrants, you're not going to be making that much money. On top of that, we could be seeing more laws coming in for a lot of property owners who have vacant properties. They may be forced to rent these out to migrants. And this absolutely just destroyed the whole entire Denver market. All right. Not to mention now Denver is just full of tents, migrants on the streets, because they literally have to close down these shelters. Many people are just kind of sick and tired of it. Fewer hours, fewer flowers. Denver's migrant crisis threatens to overwhelm its compassion. Many people aren't really feeling this anymore. In fact, at first, everyone was pretty happy about the migrant crisis. But after you start taking in over like 20,000 people, it gets to the point where Denver's like, okay, we actually can't take any people. Personal opinion, I think Denver could probably take in 1,000 people max. no more than that. But when you take in like 40K, 42K, and it slowly just keeps growing, it gets to the point where many people are getting their hours cut, DMV hours, government employees, many of them have their hours reduced to zero, which is basically layoff. Now people are just very, very mad about this. People don't want to stay in Denver anymore, and it's only going to get worse as time goes on. You have a lot of cuts to recreation hours. You have hiring freezes in some city departments, and more than 40,000 migrants are driving Denver in less than a year. And it's skyrocketing on a constant wave. It just keeps going up. Keeps going up, keeps going up, and Denver is now literally running low of cash. They cannot afford to play the migrant crisis anymore. This is getting super duper expensive, and it's not looking good for them. And we look into what Denver is doing is they're actually closing down hotel shelters. They actually closed down 4 to 5 regular shelters, and now they're closing down their first hotel shelter. They simply cannot afford it. Now many Americans and many citizens of Denver and also neighboring cities are asking Denver, why did you do the sanctuary stuff when you know that you can't handle this? It really doesn't make any sense. It's okay for a city to get in some migrants, but it's not okay when they don't calculate how many migrants that could max them out with. If Denver could only house 1,000 people, why are they taking 40,000, 50,000? That's what people are wondering, and that's why people are really mad about this. Because now Denver, hottest real estate market, amazing place to do business. Now it's literally tense. Every single money is spent on the migrant crisis. And of course, the citizens in Denver paying all those heavy taxes get absolutely nothing. Not to mention the hospital system in Denver is totally overwhelmed. And yeah, private owners, well, you're probably going to be forced in the near future to rent out to migrants. And by the way, migrants do not have money, and you're going to be getting a lot lower rental yield because they're going to be offering you $2,000 a month, and that's it. $2,000 could get you a tiny studio in Denver. That's it. Not a whole entire house. So Denver basically screwed themselves. This is one of the biggest disasters, in my opinion. They went from a very, very good city to the city with the highest migrant per capita, and now they're going broke. They have nowhere to turn. They can't send these migrants back. They can't get other cities around them to take in these migrants to relieve the stress. Denver is all alone, and the city is getting worse and worse and worse, and less desirable to live and move into by the day. Thanks for watching, guys. Comment below. Can Denver recover? We'll see. It's kind of hard to tell.
No, I lost faith. It's over.
Okay. Well, I'm going to sleep now.
Good. Get off the thing. Tell you everybody goodbye.
All right. Good night, everybody. We'll see y'all tomorrow for Grand Rises. Well, not Grand Rises.
Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. It's tomorrow with Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced at the usual hour on Blog Talk.
Correct.
And yeah, so stay tuned. I'm about to do the RVA, and I'm about to bring you some real news. So, everybody stay black, stay dangerous, hold your vote for something tangible. Don't believe the madness. And don't let everybody fearmonger you in. If anything, you should be fearmongering about how the way the state of everything is going to be for us here shortly. So it's not going to be under Trump. It doesn't even matter at this point. So, yeah. So see you tomorrow for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk. Free to throw the doll some money so she can keep the internet on. It's an emergency, state of emergency. And Jesse got to pick up seeds and orange peels off the table over there. All right. Jesse, is that all you gotta say?
Yeah.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah.
Hold your vote like you hold your Swilla.
Stay black, stay dangerous.
Black, stay dangerous, yeah. Okay, let me close this out for I'm about to do the RVA, or just stay here. Maybe I could do it, but I don't want to get yelled at, so yeah. So why don't you make my show into 5 hours? So yeah, I'm about to do the RVA here shortly, so stay tuned. I just gotta pull my news articles because I'm about to read some interesting shit. Peace.